board is returning from a previous closed session, and the chair reports there was no action taken in closed session. So we will go now to public expression. This is just going to be our brief time to hear from the public prior to the Air Quality Management District issue. And we have Mr. Brown here with us today for that. So I will go to public comment and reminding the audience that
Pledge
this
of Allegiance.
is... No.
It's on the agenda.
No, it's not on mine. Sorry. I'm going by the script. It's because we had the workshop. We don't usually do it after a workshop. Would you like to lead us, Sheriff?
Well, I would. We didn't have one this morning or this afternoon.
No, it's because we're on our workshop format. That's why we were shifting
no.
protocols. But
Yeah,
Sheriff,
separate
if you'd
agenda.
like to lead us, we'll do that.
Go for it.
So we are now going to public comment, and I'm reminding all of you here today that this is for items not on the agenda. If you have comments on a particular agenda item as we go through the afternoon, please hold those comments for the appropriate item. So again, for items not on the agenda, I have 3 comment cards so far. If you'd like to fill one of these out, bring it forward to the clerk. We'll begin with Mr. Tony Shaw.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Tony Shaw. I'm the Executive Director for the Employers Council of Mendocino County. And I come today with a good idea, an opportunity for the board, save some time and resources involved with the Ukiah Valley Area Plan. You may recall that with the County General Plan update, the rezonings weren't done as a concurrent process. And for those of you that aren't familiar with the general plan process, there's a land use map in there. And when you adopt the general plan, you adopt the land use map. And if you don't do the rezonings as a concurrent action, you have to follow up with more hearings and more time and expense to do that. And I think with the general plan, that took about a year to do. With the UVAP, we'd like to see the board adopt the zoning ordinance as a concurrent action of the adoption of the UVAP. If there's land use map changes in the UVAP, after you certify the EIR and you adopt the UVAP by resolution, you'll have an opportunity to enter into, to adopt an ordinance that would change the zoning to be consistent with the UVAP. That's done throughout California. I think it's actually in the general plan guidelines as an opportunity, and we'd like to see the board do that as a way to reduce staffing time, county costs, and costs to the general public. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Mr. J.R. Rose.
My name is J.R. Rose, Madam Chair, members of the board, staff. Last Friday, I attended a meeting. I was asked to, a friend of mine from Plowshares asked me if I would attend the meeting that was there at Plowshares at 7 o'clock that night. John McGowan was there. Dan Hamburg came in after the lights were out. And the lady there, Susan Crane, very elegant speaker, talked about what she was trying to do with the nuclear weapons and stuff here. And I listened to what she had to say. And I liked what the lady does because she's nonviolent about it. She's the old participant where I'm not going to be very hard. But that's not what I'm really going to speak about. John McGowan asked her a few questions after it was done. And Dan, you left too quick. You should have stayed a little bit longer. John, I'm going to talk about what we talked about on my show, the Veterans for Peace. Friday night, after she got through speaking, like I say, an elegant lady, she called upon certain people, and then she called upon this veteran of peace from Garberville, from Humboldt County. And Madam Chair, I have never been so insulted in all my life by the rhetoric that this man spilled And if this is what the Veterans of Peace is for, and if this is what their rhetoric is that they're going to do, then I'm sorry that you rented the hall to them. I'm not a member of the Legion, and I'm not a member of the Veterans of Foreign War, which I could be, but I'm not. But he insulted our forefathers, every man and woman that has ever served for the armed forces. I have never heard such rhetoric as they come out of a man's mouth. And if this person is what we're going to open this hall for, these Veterans Hall, to talk, I say put him back on the street. Put him on a corner. Because that rhetoric, you don't come into a man's house and badmouth him. And that's exactly the rhetoric that I heard that night. The disgrace and the decision that he put to every veteran that's ever served in the muck and the blood. This is for Veterans for Peace. Count me out. And I hope that you reconsider that lease, that rent, because I do not believe that those people have the right to belittle veterans the way that man belittled veterans that night. Like I said, Dan, you left too quick. You should have stayed and heard it. John heard it, but you should have stayed and heard it. And I only got a little 11 seconds left to do. But so I'm going to tell you this much. For every man that was lost in the wars, this person should never be allowed to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Ross Mayfield?
I think he
Another
left.
one.
Ross left.
Ross Mayfield? Not here? Okay. Moving on, David Lowe?
Hi there. I didn't get to hear their speech. I'm David Lowe, and been a commander to disabled veterans and the VFW three times each, and I'm pretty sure that when we turned the hall over, Mr. Pinches was in charge then, or was still there, that or had just been elected anyway, that we as veterans have say over who gets to use these things, as far as like the person that, I guess I didn't hear whatever he had to say, but evidently it isn't forthcoming for any veteran. I've got a Purple Heart. Most of the guys that are here got wounded, so we don't want to hear some stuff about somebody not being able to have a guns or not being able to, I want everybody to speak their own mind also, but I sure don't want anybody to push us out of the way because he thinks we shouldn't be able to have guns, shoot for ceremonies or whatever. And I'm pretty sure that we still had the say-so over whether you get to rent this to anybody. I think as we turned it over to you years ago, that's what it was. We had the final say of if we had to, rent this out. If we didn't agree with it as American Legion, disabled veterans, or the VFW, it wasn't going to happen. So we should check back through your meetings and find out what the thing on it really is. But I'm pretty sure that's the way it is. They just if they're going to be against the rest of us that go have this hall and take care of it all the time, we definitely do not want to have them in there either. That's just my unbiased opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. To Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor, I would like to ask a question of Supervisor McCowan. You were evidently at this event. Was this individual speaking for the whole organization or just themselves?
Well, I don't know that we want to debate something brought up during public comment.
I can't speak for the disabled veterans or as a unit, because you have to have the...
I didn't mean you, sir. I meant
Thank
at
you.
this event that Mr. Rose talked about.
I took it that he was speaking for himself.
Okay.
Is that all? Okay. One thing I'd like to do now is poll the board. I'd like to ask the board in terms of getting public feedback. Does the board want to have the public engage in clapping and other expressions of support or lack of support for a particular option or issue as we move forward through the afternoon? I think it's important to poll the board, and then the chair will follow as the board wants to. If the board wants to have clapping, we'll take the extra time. If you don't, we won't. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Smith. I think when I was chairing last year, was criticized for allowing show of emotional expression by my colleagues, and I came up with a way of, if you're in support, click your hands, wave your hands, rather than cheers and clapping, etc., because it is against the rules of procedure. So I wanted to be able to give people the opportunity to show support, but doing so in a way that is correct with the procedures of our meeting.
So no verbal responses or clapping is what you're recommending, but another gesture.
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's actually part of our rules that it's the responsibility of the chair to enforce order and decorum, and we define part of that as no clapping, booing, cat calls, either, for approval or opposition. And the reason we do that is, in my mind, it's a distraction from what we're actually doing here. It wastes time that could be better spent hearing your comments. It actually, to me, detracts from what the speaker is saying, and it creates an unequal playing field for the members of the public who are addressing us, because what if one person gets up and they really put their heart into it, nobody applauds, did they do something wrong? The next speaker, everybody applauds. I think it creates discomfort for the public that we don't need, plus it does take away from us focusing on the issues. So I think Supervisor Brown had a good comment, the meeting that I recall where she suggested that. It seemed to work very well. Everybody got the message up here of how you felt.
And I concur. I think that approach, the few times that we utilized it, it did work. Supervisor Pinchas.
I agree. I don't want any applause unless it's for me.
Okay. Okay, so that'll be the final applause of the day on that note.
We got one hand wave on that.
Okay, so I am sure that now everyone understands the consensus of the board on that particular issue. Let's see, moving forward, the chair now announces that the Board of Supervisors will convene as the Mendocino County Air Quality Management District, and this is a notice of public hearing. We have Mr. Brown here, Air Quality Control Officer. I will go to the public hearing meeting procedures, and I will go to the clerk to confirm proper notice.
Yes, proper notice has been established.
And would the clerk also let us know on any correspondence or telephone calls received for this item?
All that we've received has been distributed. I don't believe there was any, though.
All right. So I will go over briefly what the procedures are for the notice of public hearing, and I know Mr. Brown is present and ready to go forward. First, we will begin with the staff presentation on the matter. The board will be able to ask questions of the staff regarding the report at that when Mr. Brown has concluded his report. Then we will go to public input and public comment on the topic. You will come forward, state your name for the record. The standard 3 minutes will apply. Then after we have heard from the public, if the board has no questions of the public, staff will present final remarks. The chair will then close the public hearing. The matter will then be before the board and no further comments will be accepted, and then the board will proceed with an action or proposed action, as the case may be. So we will go forward. I will open the public hearing now, and we will begin with Mr. Brown's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of comments. This is an item, it's a timed item. It's before us to adopt a rule because we're required by law to adopt a rule. The rule will not currently apply to anybody in Mendocino County. That in mind, and also I don't think this is the item people are here for, so I'm hoping we can maybe have kind of an expedited presentation of the item and not take a lot of time with it.
That was my intent. So very briefly, Mendocino County Air Quality Management District has the longest delegation of full federal authority of any air district in California. That's actually the record I'm very proud of. This district is fully delegated to do all federal actions in Mendocino County. Even some of the larger districts, such as the South Coast Air Quality Management District, don't have that authority. That being said, as a result of multiple lawsuits that didn't involve Mendocino County, EPA is agreed to a settlement that required multiple changes to our rules. Those rule changes are before you today. As was stated, they don't impact any existing sources. The proposed rules are the result of a complex negotiation between the Mendocino County District, my counterpart in Northern Sonoma, who did the bulk of the work, ARB staff, EPA staff, and they basically navigate a very narrow channel around a lot of competing laws and regulations to get us to where we need to go according to the courts. And that is what is before you today. I would recommend adoption of the resolution and the regulations before you.
And the board has, for the record, received a very comprehensive packet on the topic.
Whenever you're ready for a motion.
Okay, well, first of all, it would be questions of
Oh,
staff.
sorry.
Are there any? Supervisor Brown?
Thank you. Director Smith, I guess, Board of Directors. Mr. Brown, I just wanted to know, did you do any type of community outreach on the changes, or?
We're required to have public notice for 30 days. So we did have a 30-day notice in the newspaper. We had copies on our counter. We had it on our website. And I believe I sent an email out to the Farm Bureau and other interested parties. We did not receive any comments from the public. We actually did receive some additional comments from EPA that we included in the changes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Supervisor Hamburg?
Chris, this might be a good time to mention that we have the openings that we do on the hearing board.
We do. We have, believe there's a little bit of debate between the staffs of the clerk of the board office and the district staff, but I think we have a total of 6 openings right now on the hearing board, and we have some people who need to be reappointed as well.
And those are by district?
They're not by district, they're by profession or experience level. So, for example, George Rao is probably the longest serving hearing board member. We look towards people who are in the engineering or medical professions for the hearing
And
board.
how do people apply for those positions if they're interested?
They can get an application from me, the district, or they can get an application from the clerk of the board's office.
Okay,
And
so
then
I hope that goes out in the media, because I've been aware of that for a couple of months and have not found anyone, even though I've asked 2 people so far, but I'd like it to go out in the media if possible, that people who are interested in these issues and really care about the air quality in our county, which is, as Johnny pointed out this morning, exceptionally good. We had no clean air days or dirty air days last year, period.
I believe so,
Non-attainment
yeah.
days, is that what they're called?
That's correct, yeah.
But anyway, anyone who wants to help preserve that, this is an opportunity to serve this particular board.
And they are the ones who evaluate these complex rules like the ones you're adopting when
Right.
we have a permit application.
Okay. Supervisor Pinches?
Chris, we have different wind direction and wind speeds and different winds some of the areas in the districts than others. Do we have, as your local district, do you have the flexibility of when the state says it's a non-burn day? Can you change that because of our wind conditions are different? Because it creates a problem with some like agriculture burning and whatnot.
It's, I can't overrule the state generally, but I can on specific smoke management plans. So if somebody's doing a larger burn, they'll have a smoke management plan, and we can look at the wind direction and say, no, this wind direction is going to carry the smoke away from people. We want you to do it today.
Even though it says it's a no burn day?
Even though it's a no burn
So
day.
you do have the flexibility?
We
then?
do have that flexibility for large burns. We can't do it for smaller burns.
Now, how do you classify a large burn?
It has to be over 50 tons of material. They have to have a smoke management plan on file, or 10 acres of standing brush
Okay.
material. So,
Is those limits set by you or set by the state?
those limits are set by the board when they adopted the smoke management program, but it was under the state requirements. So I think it was we went to the ceiling the state would let us go to.
We'll go to public comment on the item before the board. Is there anyone from the public wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none, we will return to the board to ask any final questions of staff, or staff, you can just carry forth if you have any final concluding comments.
Nothing to add.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Smith. I ready to make a motion?
First, I'd like to close the public hearing.
Okay.
So the chair does close the public hearing, and the motion may go forward.
Okay. The motion is to approve adoption of the resolution to amend Mendocino County Air Quality Management District Regulation 1 Air Pollution Control Rules as written, and approve submittal of the adopted amendments to the U.S. EPA and the California Air Resources Board, and request the clerk of the board to provide a minute order to the district of the board's decision.
I'll second.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Brown and a second by Supervisor Hamburg. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Mr. Brown will go on to item number 9A2, other business
No other
of the
business.
district. None?
No other business at this time.
Is there any public comment on any air quality management district issues? Seeing none, we'll conclude that agenda item. The Air Quality Management Board will now reconvene as the Board of Supervisors, and we will move forward now with item number 5C, again a timed item, discussion of possible action regarding the second quarter mid-year budget report on the status of the county departmental budgets for fiscal year 10-11. We'll go to the CEO as sponsor.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. Today we are presenting our mid-year budget report. And I think the good news today is that our deficit at this point in time for fiscal year 10-11 is less than our deficit was for fiscal year 9-10. The bad news is that we still have a deficit. Today what we'll be talking about will be our auditor, Meredith Ford, will present our revenue picture, and that information is in your packet. And when Ms. Ford is done, then Mr. Knopp, our budget analyst, will go through a very brief PowerPoint on the mid-year report. We will be talking about options and recommendations, and then after that, as part of our mid-year report and as a monthly update, Ms. Stacy Cryer will be updating this board on mental health services, and Sheriff Allman will be updating the board on the sheriff's deficit. So with that, Ms. Ford?
Good afternoon, Meredith Ford, Auditor Controller. I do have a revised Budget Unit 1000 revenue forecast. There's one change on there, and that was for the public safety sales tax. I had been using bad data in my first projection and went back and rechecked it yesterday and adjusted it to what I think is the year will end up being with regard to public safety sales tax. The good news is that, to follow Ms. Angelo's example there, good news is that we are probably going to at least realize the amount that's been budgeted for our discretionary revenues. Not by much, but I think it's like $71,000 more than what was budgeted. There are a couple of line items that have increases. Current secured property tax, that's an increase of about approximately $200,000. The current supplemental roll taxes will see a decrease of approximately $120,000 from what was budgeted. A couple others. The county's 1% share of sales tax down by about $200,000. Public safety sales tax, although it's not as bad as I had anticipated, it's still going to be approximately $200,000 under what was budgeted. Property transfer tax is still coming along at less than what was budgeted by about $40,000. On the good side, we did have an increase in the timber yield tax. It was realized for the first, at the first payment that came in November was approximately $100,000 more than what we had expected. So I'm projecting that that's going to be at approximately $140,000 by the time we realize the May revenue in that one. Penalties and cost on delinquent taxes, I'm expecting another $50,000 on top of what's budgeted. So overall, as I said, we're looking at realizing the revenues at slightly more than what was budgeted, and that is based on the most current information available to me at the time. Come third quarter, that they may be adjusted somewhat, but I'm optimistic that these are good numbers. Any questions?
Supervisor Hamper.
Yes, Meredith, could you talk a little bit about lines 10 and 11? And just, you know, I understand that the 1% share of the sales tax is what we get as a local entity. And could you explain the public safety sales and use tax?
Public safety sales tax is Prop 172 money that that is levied statewide. It's a different allocation basis than the sales and use tax 1%. So it's not just what is collected here, but it's allocated on a percentage. That's why it's different. From they go up and down a little more differently than you would expect two sales tax numbers to do.
But when we look at the total sales tax revenue to the county, we're always combining those two figures. So I noticed like a couple of years ago, we had $11 million in sales tax. That would have been lines 10 and 11.
Most likely.
Combined.
I've never referred to them the same because they're different
Like on the pie
allocation
charts
bases.
that you put in the budget summaries?
I don't do those.
You don't do those?
No, executive office does.
Okay, thank you.
Probably because the source is
The real
sales
sales
taxes.
tax.
But it's just that's the half-cent extra for public safety.
Any other questions from the board? So, Ms. Angelo, what is your plan to proceed?
Madam Chair, at this point in time, if there are no more questions for the auditor, then we'll go ahead to Mr. Knopp to review our mid-year report. And as I said, as part of that review, we have a brief PowerPoint.
Chair Smith, members of the board, Kyle Knopp, analyst with the Executive Office. Today we begin the review process for the first half of fiscal year 2010-2011. The report examines our projected deficit for the remainder of this fiscal year, proposes solutions, and in this presentation, we will take our first look at the upcoming fiscal year of 2011-12, right around the corner. It's hard to believe that in just 4 months, we will be working on developing a new budget for these difficult financial times. As the Auditor Controller has indicated, the deficit released in the mid-year report needs to be amended. The category of under-realized revenue is now replaced with a small surplus of projected revenue for the remainder of this fiscal year. The deficit is now projected at $891,000 as opposed to the $1.4 million figure available in the mid-year report released last week. The mid-year report will be revised and re-released by the end of this week to reflect these corrections. Again, this report and other budget-related materials can be found on the Executive Office homepage under the Board Workshops and Budget Development tab on the left side of the screen. Our current projections place the county deficit for the remainder of this fiscal year at slightly over $891,000. This time last year, the Executive Office projected a nearly $3.7 million deficit, that eventually materialized into a $3.5 million deficit at the end of the last fiscal year. Today, we are looking at a deficit projected to be 1/4 that size. When compared to the deficit levels of the state of California and federal government, Mendocino's deficit can be put into the larger picture of federal, state, and local relations. This graph on display shows the current projected deficits of our county, the state of California, and the federal government through the rest of our respective budget calendars. As you know, local governments across the United States are struggling financially to provide basic services. Deficits are common, and this is the case with both the state and federal government. Through the remainder of the fiscal year, the state is projected to run an $8.2 billion deficit. The federal government, $1.5 trillion. As a percentage of our discretionary general fund, if both state and federal governments ran the same deficit level, we would be looking at the state running just a $1.4 billion deficit and the federal government running a $60 billion deficit. On the other end of the spectrum and at the bottom of this table, if Mendocino County ran the same percentage deficit as the federal government, we would be running a $22.6 million deficit by the end of June. The county has roughly $57.2 million budgeted this year of discretionary funds that your board and the public at large use to exercise local control. That's about $636 per citizen of Mendocino County. Those funds that go to support the sheriff, those are funds that go to support the sheriff, district attorney, planning and building, county roads, the library system, and all the support services required to run such a complex and diverse organization. Part of these funds are also used to provide mandated matches for various programs and grants so that the county can pull down resources from the state and federal government. It is an extremely limited pool of funds with many diverse and sometimes conflicting users. Mendocino County's discretionary funds can be compared to the state's nearly $2,300 in discretionary spending and the federal government's over $12,000 of annual spending per citizen of Mendocino County. I bring up this comparison of deficit levels and discretionary dollars to illustrate some points. One, that despite some of the criticism of the county, Mendocino County is adjusting to the economic reality at least a little bit faster than the state or the federal government, to whom we are beholden to their laws and many of their financial policies. We still have a long ways to go, but criticism of the county hopefully will be tempered by the realization that the county is today addressing our deficit and that progress is being made. Second, I hope to convey that while local government delivers many services, they're often funded and controlled by the state and federal governments, and that it is their policies that often shape the financial reality of our county. Now, where does the $57.2 million in local dollars come from? It overwhelmingly comes from property taxes, to the tune of almost 70%. Sales taxes, licenses, fees, interest earnings are part of what makes up the other 30%. But your county and the county's local control is funded primarily through property taxes, which are no longer growing and are not likely to significantly grow for many years to come. When you pay your property taxes, less than a third goes to the county and most of the rest goes to K through 12 education. And again, this information is available on the Executive Office webpage. Again, that limited pool of funds is torn in many different directions, locally, between various interests and needs of the community, and also state and federal mandates, regulations, and matching requirements. To move to the topic of the mid-year review, just a quick briefing on how the information is displayed towards the back of the report. And again, we will be amending the report, both the numbers and the analysis by the end of the week. But at the back end of the report, what we're trying to do is provide more information to your board and to the public about the performance of budget units within the county. mostly by dividing revenues and appropriations so that your board can see when the net county cost comes in at a projected or under $26,000. Is that because revenues are higher, or is it because expenses are down, or what? In previous years, there was no delineation between the two. So you can see, for example, and I'll pick on the clerk of the board, for budget unit 1010, this budget unit is expected to see slightly increased revenues and fairly large decreases in total appropriations. So we have an $891,000 deficit projected through the end of the year. And we'll see why this is a very serious issue, and why, while it's a respectable deficit level to have, it is actually a problem. Government Code Section 29009 requires the county to pass a balanced budget every year. This is a very serious law and carries accounting implications, and becomes very important, particularly as stress is placed on the general fund and demands upon the general fund increase. Part of the budget process that we go through every calendar year, including this mid-year review, in addition to the recommended and final budgets, is to recognize revenue reality, the financial reality, and to adjust accordingly. And this report and this presentation is part of that. On December 13th, 2010, at one of the last board workshops of the year, I brought forward this graph displayed at a presentation by Governor Jerry Brown and the Legislative Analyst's Office, in addition to the California Department of Finance, describing and comparing the economic recession that we are faced with today and comparing that to those in the past. So many of you here in this room will recall the early 1990s financial recession, which lasted between 3 and 5 years, and it's also its similarity to the current crisis in that it affected housing prices. So that is represented by the gold line towards the middle of the graph there. And I think we all remember the 2001 dot-com bubble burst and its impact on the county. So these are examples of past recessions that the county has faced, and indeed the nation has faced. And at the red line there is the current recession that we're in. And the best projections that we have indicate that this is a long-term recession that will last many more years than even the early 1990s recession. So we're looking right now at the best projections putting a full recovery of the economy out to 2015. This graph displays the unemployment history of Mendocino County and the state of California over the last 20 years. So you can sort of see the implications of the past two recessions in 1990 and in 2000, and what that meant for employment in the county and the slow recovery, particularly from the recession of the early 1990s. As you can see, we're not entirely sure that we've bottomed out, so to speak, on the recession. Concern does remain, but there are certainly indicators that would say that things might improve, but only marginally. So we have to recognize the fact that we have a 4 or 5 year period of stagnant revenue that is unlikely to increase significantly enough to cover some of the costs of the county. We also know that the voters have not passed recent revenue options, and so new revenue added to the system has not occurred, and may or may not be likely in the near future. One of the methods in the context no new revenues and stagnant revenue into the county in the form of property taxes and sales taxes is to free up discretionary general fund dollars that the county is already receiving and distributing. What that is in or quick terms is cutting programs. Some of those investments, such as the Business Improvement District, and none of these are placed in a particular order, are the Williamson Act, the Arts Council, the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District, and the leases on county buildings. These are obviously non-mandated costs that can be cut and would not result in the layoff of a single county employee or the loss of any mandate requirement. There's at least one item on this list that everybody in the room, everybody will hate at least one item on the list and think that at least one item on the list is totally feasible. So, but this is one of the situations that we're in, and it's the intention of the executive office to, in the future, with your board's permission, to bring these items individually for your board's consideration so that we can begin reallocating revenue into other board priorities.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In naming the items on the list, I think you might have, and then saying that these are all things the board could do without laying anyone off, et cetera. I think you skipped over the Veteran Services and Public Administrator, and I actually have a question to County Council. Do either of those involve a mandated service that the county must provide?
Well, I believe with the Veteran Services, that's set forth in statute, and I think we do have to have some support there. I just questioned the CEO as to why the public administrator was even on here, because I'm not sure that they are general fund dollars to begin with, but I don't know the answer to that.
And even if it is it a mandated service?
Well, we have to have some ability to handle those individuals who die without wills and that sort of thing, so I'd say yes. Currently, the public administrator operates out of HHSA. In other counties, the public administrator is also the sheriff, so it just depends on how it's set up.
It's still a county function.
But it's still a county function, yes.
And just to reiterate, at least some level of veteran services is also a county function mandated by state law.
Yes, I believe so.
And it would also be a question of how much of the general fund could be backed out, and the numbers presented on the graph would indicate, is information presented to me as dollar figures that could be, general fund dollars that could be backed out of those programs.
Yeah. Madam Chair, if I may comment on
Sure.
this as well, I think that when Ms. Cryer comes up, she could speak to this during her portion of our presentation today. But when we went to the Health and Human Services Agency, what we asked was general fund that was not part of the maintenance of effort, the general fund that we give to the Health and Human Services Agency to draw down state and federal money for core services. So again, I think when we get to Ms. Cryer, she could probably speak to this.
Supervisor Pinchas.
Well, if this is a list that's an attempt to raise the eyebrows of supervisors, then I'm going to propose we eliminate the veteran services from any cuts right off the top. And I think there's a big one in here that we're missing. That we had a presentation there by Kristen McMenemy not too long ago. We have a ability to basically save $600,000 of our general fund contribution on the area of risk management, which we can still keep our funding at that level, and we can reduce the next year's 10, 11, or 11, 12 budgets general fund contribution by $600,000 and still be on top of the actuary. So that's just one, that's a pretty large ticket item, $600,000 is not on this list.
Ms. Angela, did you want to comment?
Madam Chair, thank you. With the presentation today, these are options, and as part of the recommendations that we'll get to when Mr. Knott finishes the PowerPoint, we talk about the options again, and if this board chooses to agendize them. So we have about 3 more slides if we could finish this, and then we could get back to the options and the recommendations if this board chooses. Thank you.
Okay, now we get to the portion of the presentation covering next fiscal year, 2011-2012. We are currently on a trajectory that includes carrying over an $891,000 deficit into the next fiscal year. Since this is a structural deficit, that imbalance would also be carried into the next fiscal year if left uncorrected. A rough estimate of that would be another $891,000 added to next year's deficit. We also know that there will be significant retiree cost increases in 2011-2012, and the general fund's exposure is likely to be just shy of $2 million. That gets added to our projected 2011-2012 deficit. Finally, we cannot forget that 2010-11 was balanced using the last of the county's reserves. We have no reserves left. Those were one-time funds utilized, and this option is no longer available to your board. When you add all of these factors together, next year, which is really just 4 months away, next year we are facing a $6 million deficit. That's over 10% of your discretionary funds, largely derived from the stagnant property tax revenues into the county. This analysis further assumes that the revenue picture for FY 2011-2012 remains the same as this year. No double-dip recession, no expensive litigation against the county, no earthquake, no surprises. This is a serious problem and is one that must be addressed. The Sheriff's Office is still currently in a deficit position. If left uncorrected, the structural deficit will continue to snowball into next fiscal year. In addition, the Sheriff's Office faces huge challenges in the fact that the share of retiree cost increases for the Sheriff's Office comes to over $900,000. In other words, if the structural deficit is left uncorrected, appropriation levels remain the same, and the Sheriff's Office absorbs their share of the retiree cost increases like any other department, we are looking at a $2.6 million deficit in the Sheriff's Office alone next year. This is not an attack on the Sheriff. I'm trying to show that we have major structural issues that cannot be ignored. If you think it is hard to run an $828,000 deficit for this year, wait until it balloons into a $2.6 million deficit. The executive is not asking you to wait, however. How can we correct this issue and our overall projected $6 million deficit for next year?
Supervisor Pinchas, did you have a question now, or did you want to wait till the
I
end?
could do it right now.
Sure.
On this, you said there was $2.2 million in one-time revenues last year. The general fund reserve that we committed, roughly $1.2 million. Where am I missing the other $1 million?
Actually, that was 2.2 million from reserves. 1.9 was the general reserve, and the other 300,000 came from a designated reserve.
That's right. Okay.
Okay. We need solutions, and these solutions call for dramatic action. We need to eliminate the structural deficit by the end of next year. $6 million is a lot of money, but what I'm here to tell you is that we have a shot at closing the gap for 2011-2012. We have a shot at eliminating the deficit snowball before it rolls into yet another fiscal year that will carry its own challenges. It won't be popular, it won't be easy, but it is necessary. First, we must correct any structural imbalance that exists. We must do everything we can to make sure that this year's deficit is not allowed to continue into the upcoming fiscal year. After this mid-year presentation, the executive office will present a plan to mitigate that projected deficit in the sheriff's office. Your board can act today to begin correcting next year's deficit. If not now, when? Second, we must free up general fund dollars by cutting non-mandated programs and services and ending tax subsidies. The Business Improvement District, the Williamson Act, Arts Council, Resource Conservation District, and the leases all represent non-mandated costs whose elimination will not lead to the loss of a single county job or service. In the face of a $6 million deficit, to not be cutting in these areas means that cuts will fall elsewhere, onto general funded jobs and services like the sheriff's office and others. Finally, that leaves the balance to be made up by labor cost related concessions. The remaining bargaining units must come in, and the county must look at other efficiency options. These three main focuses, one, ending the structural imbalances, two, freeing up discretionary dollars, and third, reducing labor-related costs, can achieve a balanced budget. It's a long shot for sure, but only dramatic, difficult, and unpopular decisions will get the county even close to achieving balance. The options are few, and I'm concerned the list will only grow shorter over time. And with that, close the mid-year presentation and ask for any comments or questions.
Questions from the board?
Madam Chair, there are some
Yes.
recommendations in the report. We could go over them now or later.
Supervisor McCowan?
Do you have any good news?
Sorry.
Yeah, you got it. $500,000 with the good news from Meredith today. Hey, here you, sir. I said we got about a $460,000 piece of good news from Meredith today, which is that the revenues that we had anticipated in this budget, which we thought, which at least I thought last week were not coming in. We were looking at a $1.3 million deficit last week, and we're down to 0.9 this week. So that's a big help.
Let's put it off another week. We can get it down.
That's right. That's if only putting it off would
Let's
solve
go
the
home
problem.
for 2 years and come back rich.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to commend the auditor because I think that, and I think it really is her skill and expertise over time of needing to juggle some of these numbers. And I think she always does a very good job and comes close, but it's always good, I think, when either with her skill and focus or just some fortuitous situation that, as Supervisor Hamburg just said, we really, it went in our favor now at a time when we really certainly could use that. We'll see if that continues, because as you also said, Ms. Ford, that things could turn around at the third quarter mark. And, we're just at the mid-year point. But I think that your numbers are really very, very close, given all the volatility of the multitude of things that you're dealing with. And so I think I think that you've served the board well in how you've orchestrated the numbers. So, thank you. So, Ms. Angela, would we go now to the recommendations, or is
Yes.
that the next and final component?
Very briefly,
Okay.
and then we could go to Health and Human Services and the Sheriff's Office. So I want to point out that the options to reallocate general fund dollars that Mr. Knopp presented on the chart, I believe when he said that some of these, if not all, are distasteful, I think what is important here is the fact that we would not be talking about a certain number of layoffs with this or service reduction. I would also like to point out that we have the leases in here for county buildings, and the landfill closure of $1.2 million, that would be money that could be put into our general reserves. It would be one-time funding. It's not money we would look at spending for operational costs. As far as the recommendations, we recapped the first quarter recommendations on the bottom of page 11 and the top of page 12. In your report on the mid-year, this is also posted on the website. And as you may recall, with the first quarter, Our recommendations, and this board adopted them, was that any department operating in a projected deficit would submit a written monthly progress report on the deficit mitigation activities. We have had verbal reports, not necessarily a written report every month. But in rereading this recommendation, the executive office will implement the direction of this board, and we will ask the departments for written reports. We also talked about reallocating general fund dollars for high priority areas, and then at that point in time with the first quarter report, we were looking at a $1.4 million deficit in the sheriff's office, and we were looking at eliminating positions. We came in with 14, and this board eliminated 7 positions. For mid-year, our recommendations today are that the executive office requests that the board refer to the general fund enhancement possibilities on page 11 to the executive office, that each item be agendized separately for the board's consideration at future appropriate dates. And again, we could go back to that after our other reports, but that's the chart, and that you ask us to agendize those if the board would like. The second recommendation is the elimination of 6 positions in the sheriff's office, and we do have this coming at a later point in our presentation. It's actually a separate agenda item. And then I wanted to share this information with the board that we recommend no positions be eliminated in the jail budget unit 2510, and in fact, that we will work with the sheriff's office to consider the hiring of 1 or 2 correctional officers. As of January 21st, it's our understanding that there is increased overtime in the jail based on those 2 positions being eliminated, going from 19.5 hours in a pay period to 35 hours in a pay period. The sheriff may want to speak to this later in his presentation. We're hoping that with adding 1 correctional officer, if not 2, we would eliminate the need for additional overtime. So those are the recommendations and the options, and at this time, if this board would like, we could begin with Ms. Cryer giving us an update on the Health and Human Services Agency.
While she's coming forward, we'll go forward with Supervisor Hamburg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Carmel, on page 11, looking at those options to reallocate general fund dollars, are you suggesting that we have a meeting where we look at all those things, or that we agendize them separately, or how do you want us to approach that?
We could choose to have one agenda item where we bring back all of these options agendized in one item, and we would go through them, listing pros and cons for this board's consideration. My thought was that today, this board may want to decide which of these items you would actually like us to bring back, and then we could bring them back in March, and we could bring it as separate agenda items so that you could vote on each item.
And the intention is that before we get into the 11-12 budget hearings, that the board has already prioritized this list and items which are going to be in or out of the 11-12 budget.
That's right, Supervisor Hamburg.
Are you through?
Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Cryer.
Good afternoon. My name is Stacy Cryer, and I'm the Health and Human Services Agency Director, and I'm here today to give you an update on mental health. I wanted to start by saying that as a department head, I realize that it's critical that we all work together. And I also understand I have a responsibility to this community to ensure that all of the needs are met, and in this case, to make sure that the most seriously mentally ill in our county are taken care of. It's also my responsibility to ensure that this is done as efficiently as possible with the most efficient use of all of our tax dollars. I, in fact, as other department heads did, signed a statement at the beginning of this year stating that I would make sure that none of our budgets were overran. Some people may, and some people have, criticized me for moving forward on mental health. They may tell you, or they might think, that I have not solicited enough input, that I am not advocating for my staff, and that I'm reducing programs that have a long history of success and that have served this community well. I want you to know that I take all of my responsibilities very seriously. Because of that, there are times that we need to move forward with actions that in better times we would never even consider. And we have to move quickly. I can assure you we're moving as fast as we can in mental health, while trying to maintain as much stakeholders' input as possible, and that includes community partners as well as staff. Because it's very important because as fast as we are moving, it may not be fast enough. In January, I stood before you on January 25th with my report, and I told you that we face many challenges. Time, we don't have enough of it. Staff, as we go down, we have less movement within the staff, and the fiscal uncertainty of the future. I stood before you on November 9th of 2010, and I said we were projecting a $3.5 million deficit. I have reported out regularly to this board on the progress that we've been making, and today at mid-year, I'm saying that we have a $1.3 million deficit still. In better times, that might have been seen as a success, that we had accomplished over $2.2 million already. But today, we all know that this board in this county has no more ability to cover $1.3 million than it does to cover $3.5. I want to assure you we have not given up. This is mid-year, and I plan to make more progress as the year goes on, and that deficit should continue to go down. So, I received a memo from the CEO on February 8th asking me to report out on a couple of items, so I'd like to just go through her list. There was an action plan on November 9th. We presented to this Board of Supervisors this PowerPoint presentation, and within that there was an action plan that listed several actions that we were going to be working on in mental health. So I can quickly go through them. I've highlighted some of them in previous reports to you, but I can quickly go through all of them and just give a quick status. Restructure 24-hour care contracts and service flow. This meant we were going to get rid of contracts that had designated bed capacity. We were going to manage the flow of clients and make sure that clients were in the most appropriate level of care. Our expected savings for the year was $1.5 million. So far, we've achieved $800,000 of that. Restructure QA compliance. This was to change the staffing component in that unit to make sure we had the right staff in there so we could get reimbursement of 75%. And again, to make sure the clients are in the most appropriate level of care. And we had hoped to save about $110,000 on that. We're focusing on that currently. We have no savings that I can contribute to that particular event yet, but we are still continuing to work on that. Manage access. We've been working on the children's system of care access point to make sure all of the clients enter at the same point. We've had stakeholders meetings with our org providers, our 3 major org providers, to talk about the way that we access the system. We drafted a plan. The org providers came back with some comments and some feedback. We redrafted a plan, went back again, met with the org providers, and I think we've got a plan that will work. Our expected savings on that was $150,000. We added a screening component for eligibility to ensure that we were capturing all payment sources for indigent care. Still working on that. Reducing transportation costs by managing the flow of clients. Expected savings of about $40,000. Revising the MHSA plans, which with a projected savings of approximately $600,000. Our public comment period on the update, the plan update, was February 3rd, and the plan will be submitted to the state January 17th, which is the day after tomorrow.
You mean February 17th?
Yes, I'm sorry, February 17th. The hope of that plan is to, well, the hope of that update is to integrate mental health and MHSA into one system of care, an integrated system of care, which will help on administrative costs and will help deliver a more cohesive component of mental health services.
Ms. Carr, since we have plenty of time, and you're going really very quickly through this, and I really appreciate it, but could you give us a little bit of more detail about that mental health service coalescence, because that's been that has a community component. It's been something of quite a bit of discussion, and I think it'd be good if you gave us a little more detail. What have you done in the community? How are you going forward? I know the state has to approve our actions. I know you've engaged with the state, so could you just fill in a little more detail?
I have that. It was the last item on my list, so if we can just wait.
Sure.
That'd be great. Okay. Decrease mental health services in the jail for an approximate savings of $200,000. That's been accomplished. We've renegotiated an MOU with the Sheriff's Office, and it should be before this board in the next couple of meetings here. It's in your queue somewhere. Analyze day rehab services for a savings of $130,000. We worked with probation staff, MCOE, and our own internal staff, AOD, and mental health staff, and came up with a way to provide an enriched outpatient program. We're continuing to work on that particular item because there's some challenges in the future that we need to be preparing for with foster care dollars and some of the other funding streams that are coming into that. So that's something we're going to continue to work on. Co-locate adult AOD treatment and mental health. We're continuing to work on that. The estimated savings was $220,000, and the idea was to locate the administrative staff, or to co-locate the clinical staff so that the administrative staff could be combined between AOD and mental health. Originally, we had wanted to move AOD here. We're now looking at moving mental health over to the Dora Street building where public health is located, so we can achieve some more savings countywide. Reviewing all of our contracts for an estimated savings of approximately $400,000. We continue to work on that. Review of the organizational structure, continue to work on that. Restructuring crisis services. We're looking at, we have a model where we have a contract for after-hours crisis, and then we have staff do the daytime crisis. The after-hours crisis, the people who hold that contract have had a hard time maintaining staffing, so our staff end up covering sometimes, and there's only a couple of staff that cover that, so we've got to revamp that system somehow, so we're working on that. We proposed a model, we sent it out to all of the staff in mental health, and then we met with the staff and got some of their feedback on that. And we've now drafted a new plan and sent that back out to staff with some ideas. We're going to look at a couple other counties, how they do their crisis services. We think we can learn from some other counties. And we're wanting to go back out for RFP for those after-hour services that are currently contracted to see if we can get, if there's other bidders or if there's other ways to look at it. And we're going to do a little different with the RFP this time. We're working on our systems. We're looking at our data and our shadow systems to make sure that we're doing everything the most efficient way as possible. And develop a staff training plan. The first staff training is February 23rd and 24th, and it's on documentation. So that's the things we are working on. See if I can keep organized here, sorry. The next thing that I was asked to report out on is the deficit mitigation figures to date. They're pretty much the same as I gave you on January 25th. Audits, we had projected about $1 million for the audit this year. It came in at $750,000. So based on our projected deficit, that saved $250,000. We were also able to recoup $180,000 from last year. Jail mental health services was $200,000 savings. Day treatment, $100,000. The MHSA plans approximately $400,000 to $500,000 right now. 24-hour care and what we've done with the hospital contracts and with our utilization is saved approximately $800,000. The eligibility screening process we've put in place is approximately a $90,000 savings. And some of the things we've done with the UR activities is about $180,000, which brings our deficit to the 1.3 projected for the end of the year. I was very organized when I walked up here. Oh, right in front of me. I'm sorry.
Happens to me all the time.
I know it's right here. On the layoffs, we had gotten board approval on November 9th to do up to 22 layoffs, and they were to occur between January 3rd and June 30th of this year. To date, so far, we have done 17 of those layoffs. We have 4 layoffs that we have not initiated the letters yet, and there is one layoff of a human services worker in our quality assurance unit that we have decided not to move forward with. So we'll only be moving forward with a total of 21, 17 are done, 4 we have not issued letters yet. We had 13 actual layoffs of the 17, 3 resignations, 1 transfer. New legislation, actions that may further the deficit. We have a lot of concerns about the mental health budget. We talked when we talked about the state budget impacts, we talked about the fact that they're going to take some reserves and MHSA dollars to fund EPSDT, early periodic screening, detection,
Diagnosis and treatment.
I cannot remember that one.
I used to work for that program.
Thank goodness, Kendall. So there is some concern of where they're going to get those reserves from MHSA. You know, are they going to sweep monies that are already in the queue that we've been working on? You know, how are they going to get those reserves? And that question is not answered. In the meantime, the fiscal committee for MHSA at the state level has spoken about what they may do with EPSDT dollars. Currently, EPSD dollars are a mechanism that you can bill for children's services to Medi-Cal. We bill EPSDT, and we have 3 org providers that bill EPSD as an extension of mental health. What they're talking about doing is limiting the EPSDT dollars that are available for that billing mechanism. And they're talking about looking at a statewide average of how much dollars most counties in the state spend. Currently, based on the external reports that the state gets, this county expends about 2 to 3 times the statewide average, depending on which population within the children's unit you look at. So if they put it down to the statewide average, we're looking at a large decrease in the EPSDT services that are available in this county. Now remember, the EPSD services were built up as a part of the Children's System of Care component, and they deliver a lot of really good services. So the concern is that if that happens quickly, we would be faced with either a lot of kids that all of a sudden are not getting services, or we would be faced with continuing the services and funding it another way, which the other alternatives are county general fund, that's not an option, or some of the funding that goes to the adults side of mental health, which is already sorely underfunded, so that wouldn't be a mechanism either. So I've begun working with the Agency Advisory Board and some other community stakeholders as far as looking at it from a more systems perspective. You know, how are the kids entering the system from a larger perspective into the foster care system, into all the systems, and we'll be starting that process with community stakeholders. I've also met with the 3 org providers, told them about the concern. We talked about it quite a bit and asked them to really start getting back to me some information on really what the impacts of such an option might be. Lastly, I talked to a representative from the state yesterday. He does not think that it will all hit us on July 1. He thinks it will be a gradual decline. Remember, EPSDT is an entitlement program as well, so we have to look at those services and, like I said, fund them another way if we need to continue at the level we are. So that's my biggest concern right now as far as what we've got going on as far as funding at the state level. MHSA, like I said, we drafted a plan for an update. We drafted an update. Every year you provide an annual update to the state. This was an update.
Ms. Carter, it might be good if you say for the listening.
Mental Health Services Act.
Right, and can you just briefly just say what that is so people know? Because this is a major change in the way we're doing business.
Mental Health Services Act dollars were a funding stream that were put into place several years ago, 06, 07. And it's a funding stream statewide that was developed, and it was developed to really focus on things like cultural competency, serving the underserved populations, community outreach and engagement, really developing some enhanced service programs to enhance the services that already exist in mental health. That was the conception behind it, and there's probably 10 people in this room that could explain that better than I. What's happening currently is counties are beginning to merge together MHSA dollars into their mental health budget. Instead of having 2 separate budget units, they're beginning to merge them together. One, it saves administrative costs, it makes it cleaner, and you can really use it more to develop your programs. There is a lot of stakeholder input. There's a MHSA steering committee as part of the Mental Health Advisory Board that has worked on MHSA plans. One criticism that we got this year, and I think it's valid, and we're going to talk about it at the Mental Health Board tomorrow, is that we revised this plan and really just moved forward with it. We did an update, we moved forward with it, but probably didn't do a good job of what Kendall's talking about and explaining how this is going to look differently. And I have a presentation I'll be giving to the Mental Health Board tomorrow. MHSA will become a funding stream of mental health. And it will service the underserved population. But what's happening statewide is as mental health dollars go down, the underserved population begins to be the seriously mentally ill as we're doing community outreach and engagement. And so we need to start to tie it all together. And there has been a lot of community process. One of the criticisms we got on this was that we did not do an official public hearing. It's not required for an update. We also got some criticism that this was really an annual update, not an update. It is an update. It doesn't require a public hearing. We did seek technical assistance from the state on those issues and did the plan based on their format. So again, I'm going to be talking about it quite a bit tomorrow at the Mental Health Advisory Board, which is in Willits at 10 a.m. for anyone who's interested. This is the update plan that will be going forward to the state on January 17th. I want to talk just real quickly about some inpatient data. Of January, last year, January of 2010, we had 249 inpatient days. This year we had 122. Last year we had 28 admits. This year we had 11 admits. Our goal is not to decrease our inpatient day. Our goal is to make sure people are served at the best level of care. And that's has been our focus up to date, and it's been working really well. We've had a lot of meetings in mental health about all of these things with stakeholders, staff, and I keep a record of them if this board's ever interested, because we have had to, there's a lot of community involvement in mental health, and I said last time that that's a great thing. You know, it means people are engaged in mental health services, and I wish more people were engaged statewide, because if they were, it wouldn't be an underfunded program. So we do keep track of who we're meeting with, what we're meeting about, and our progress on all of our activities. I think that's all I need to say about mental health, unless you have some questions.
Supervisor Ham?
Yes, I'd like to ask you to explain a little bit more about the $1.3 million deficit. How much of that is CalWorks and foster care?
None. This is all mental health. CalWorks and foster care has a $602,000 deficit projected in your mid-year projections.
So this is HHSA debt, but it's not mental health debt specifically?
Yeah, it's separate budget units. This is all just mental health, 1.3 million. We can talk about CalWorks if you guys would like.
Well, Carmel, did you want to? No. Well, I'm very curious about that, because I know that's an area where we have very little control over the amount of spending. And this is one of those kind of unfunded mandates where the state requires that we do something but doesn't provide the money for us to do it. So I wanted to ask about that, and then I had one other question, comment.
You want me to go over CalWorks now?
Well, I don't know. Maybe the board doesn't want to go there yet.
No, I think it's good. It's good. Yeah.
Any other questions about mental health?
Well,
I would just-
actually, I do
It's
have a-
along
I do
the
have a-
same lines.
I do have
Yeah.
a question about mental health.
Okay.
And I could take that first. It's actually with respect to the letter, and I know you sort of addressed it at the end there by Lauren Hansen, you know. And is that something that you're going to address tomorrow morning?
Yes.
And is that something that, I mean, obviously you feel confident that we do not need to have a Bielenson hearing?
We do not, and I did check with county council on that. So Janine may want to
And
comment, but no.
Janine, you're confident that that's okay? I mean, it is, you know, just some of the things that are brought out in this letter. Again, this is from the Legal Services of Northern California to Jennifer Kennedy, who's our MHSA coordinator. It is interesting, though, when you look at the fact that we've gone from 120 employees to 46 in 3 years in our mental health department. That is pretty staggering. You know, just the services that we are no longer providing, the programs that have been absolutely cut away in total in mental health. I don't know if a lot of people realize this, and maybe you don't if you don't have someone in your family or someone you know who has had a mental health crisis or has an ongoing chronic mental illness. But I think there are very many of us in this county who do not fit into that category and who have someone in our family or certainly someone in our circle who have needed to avail themselves of mental health services. So I just want to emphasize that from my point of view, we have cut mental health in this county to the bone. And I don't think there's anything more disturbing to me in what has happened to our county budget over the last 3 years than the decimation of mental health services.
If I could respond just briefly. I don't have the letter in front of me, so I can't go through and respond. I will say that I will agree with you on the staffing levels. Trying to staff mental health with 46 staff is going to be challenging. It has been challenging. It's going to continue to be challenging. And one of the challenges that comes along with that is if one staff leaves, we're all thrown out of balance. You know, so it's a very challenging dynamic. It's very difficult to cover all of the mandates with the level of staffing that we had. We said that all along. We said that 2 years ago when we went from 120 to 80. So, of course, it's a very challenging environment. Mental health services are being cut, and I think that it's something you're going to see countywide and not just in mental health. Some of the programs that we had to reduce or eliminate are programs that took care of large populations of people. And as we cut those programs, the problems are that the people will become in crisis quicker, because we won't have these safety nets out there taking care of them. The HOPE team, the people that saw the adult system of care population, we'll begin to see those people end up in crisis, which is a more extensive or expensive form of treatment.
Can you explain the HOPE program just real quickly for the audience?
The HOPE program, and I have notes back at my desk, unfortunately, or at my chair, my desk. I live there, I guess. The HOPE team was a group of individuals that were moved into the social services branch of the agency, and the idea behind it was that they were going to be able to draw down realignment dollars and to be able to serve clients in different capacities. One of the HOPE team members was located at the clinic here in Ukiah. There was a couple of HOPE team members that were in Fort Bragg serving clients through the drop-in center. There was a HOPE team member, I just lost my train of thought, I'm sorry. Anyway, the idea was that they would do community outreach and engagement and serve the clients. The reason that that program was cut was, one, the idea was that it was going to go into social services and it was going to draw down money, and it would be at a no cost. That, in fact, did not happen. There was a cost associated, and we don't have the realignment dollars, and we can't put realignment dollars into that program, even if we had them, to continue to fund it. And when you look at the caseload, although it was serving clients well, and it is a great program, all of the clients in the program were not classified as seriously mentally ill. And then when I have to start reducing down to core mandated population, I have to look at the programs that aren't really focusing on that population. I agree with all of the comments that they're great programs. And I think that it's very discouraging as a community when you have great programs and great systems of care that are beginning to be torn apart. I think that we're really going to experience this next year when we look at the foster care system and the mental health services for children. I really think that this county has built up over the last 13 years a hugely successful children's system of care, and it's going to continue to degrade, and it's going to be at a higher expense later down the road.
Yeah, and just quickly, one other thing. When you mentioned that Mendocino County has 2 to 3 times as much spending per client than the state average, and that if they go to this leveling across the state, it's going to hurt us significantly. And you know, what that seems to me to be is a example where we're being punished for our successes. And it's because Mendocino County was at the forefront of providing some of these necessary services for the mentally ill, and that we have developed this nonprofit network and county network to serve these people, that we're now going to get dinged by the state.
I agree.
That's really a shame.
I agree. One of the comments I made to the person at the state I was talking to yesterday, and what I plan to ask the mental health board to support tomorrow, is really we should not be compared to everyone in the state. We should be compared to those counties who have developed a similar system of care. Because when we're compared to counties that have a similar system of care, we're not nearly, so out of skew. So the idea would be, really, this county, you're right, has done a great job, and we are going to be punished for it unless we can get them to look at it in a different way. And that's my hope.
Thank you.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The projected $1.3 million deficit in mental health, we were hopeful that that would be able to be covered within the Health and Human Services Agency budget. However, with the 600 and some thousand projected deficit for CalWorks and 164,000 projected deficit for in-home supportive services, what kind of deficit are we going to be looking at for the agency as a whole?
I want to remind this board that this is mid-year, and we're working very diligently. So my goal, again, is to bring especially the mental health deficit down, because that's the one I can control the most. So my hope is by third quarter, I will have a better picture. In the meantime, I want to remind this board that we are in the agency overall in public health and social services, holding positions vacant. We are trying to shore up as much money as we can and still cover our mandated programs to have as much savings as absolutely possible to contribute towards these deficits. I think it would be a stretch if I would have a hard time looking at you right now and saying I could cover the 1.3 and the 600 and the almost 200. I think that would be a stretch right now. But my hope is that by third quarter that we'll have gotten some of those deficits down, and we're in a position to be able to tell you better what we can cover and how much, and my hope is to be able to cover it all. We are doing anything humanly possible. I guarantee I won't come in with any kind of fund balance or any reserves that we didn't know about. We're working on it from every angle. So, I mean, if I had to guess, if I had to make a wild guess today, I would say we could probably cover, my CFO is going to kill me, 1.6 if I had to.
1.6.
All together. And he's going to
So
shoot me later.
That would still leave us with
I might need sheriff help. That would still leave us with a little. But
About
I
400.
I really don't think we're going to end up there. I really don't. I truly don't. I wouldn't stand here before you today and say that if I didn't believe it. We are making real progress, and we will continue.
But even with 1.6, we would still have a $450,000 to $500,000 deficit.
1.3 plus 6 is probably about a $400,000, yeah.
And the presentation that we were given, pages 6 through 9, with the individual departments, I think that did not include anything for the 1.3 because it was assumed that would be covered within Health and Human Services. It did include the CalWorks and the IHSS, which then contributed to the approximately $900,000 projected deficit. So to the extent that Director Cryer is successful in saving something more than the 1.3 million from mental health, that will reduce the projected current year deficit.
Brings down our general fund deficit, yes.
And then
Remember I said that was a wild guess. Just a reminder.
we're going to hold you to it. And then if we didn't have this ongoing mental health deficit, which we have had for years, it could be more than a decade. If we didn't have that, these funds that we're using from the overall agency budget could have been used to support the general fund. Is that?
Technically, you can transfer, and Meredith would probably be in a better position to answer this, but you can transfer a certain percentage of our realignment dollars back into the county general fund. We're not allowed to fund county general fund programs, but you can transfer at the end of the year a certain percentage of realignment. I believe it's 10%. And I think that Meredith can speak to that better. But I think historically, you're right. Social services has contributed to the general fund. And what's happened over time is not only have county dollars shrunk, but state, federal, all of those dollars. Realignment, remember, is down 20% this year from 07-08. So all of the funding streams have decreased, and it has meant that the social services branch of the agency has not been able to contribute to the general fund as it had in years past. So it yes, has added to the problem. We're dealing with all of our own budget issues altogether, so.
Thank you.
Supervisor Pinches.
First of all, Stacy, I thought you were supposed to be in Montana this week.
I leave tomorrow.
Okay.
Tomorrow night.
I'm glad there's a large audience here to say, this board in the last year or so has been really criticized of all on these budget issues. How we're kicking the can down the road, I think, was a pretty common. To listen to you, especially in the HHSA, you haven't, and I really commend you for, you've made some tough decisions. You've made the unpopular decisions that ultimately had to be made, and I really want to commend you for you and your staff.
Thank you
and
very
everybody
much.
in that area, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Stacy, I'd like to have you comment a little bit about a term that's thrown around quite a bit. We've heard it today already, the concept of mandated services. And that, of course, is an onerous thing for the county. That's, the county getting passed on the responsibilities, I believe it was Supervisor Hamburg referenced, without the dollars to do so. The part that I would like you to jump forward from that point would be the CalWorks foster care issue, which I think was a surprise to everyone that this one was over. So jumping from mandated services to the entitlement services. Take us down that path, because that to me is one step beyond mandated. That is not something that, my understanding is anyway, and maybe you can correct this, that there is absolutely no way for the county to do any kind of, we have no discretion. In other words, if these are entitlement programs from individuals, we don't set the criteria. We have nothing to do with who is eligible. It's who walks in the door, and the processing should be, you know, as directed by, I guess in this case, the state. So if the county has no ability to control the flow of dollars to some, what we would say are, of course, very important programs we want to have in the community, but yet somehow at the end, we get stuck with the bill. How do other counties grapple with this? What are we going to do going forward if we're going to be seeing more of this? I mean, I feel like it's even worse than the mandated concept.
It is in a way, you're right. As this board directed, we cannot backfill with county dollars state unfunded mandates. This is an entitlement program, and you're right, it's different. The eligibility criteria is set at the federal level. The rates are set at the state level. So there is no, we don't have control over either of those two options. Now, I wrote myself some notes on this budget unit because I figured it would be a question, so I'd like to kind of just go through them, and probably will hit on some of the questions you have. First off, this budget unit is $21 million in total. So we're talking less than a 3%.
Mental health.
No, we're talking about budget unit 5130, which covers CalWORKs, foster care, emergency assistance, seriously emotionally disturbed kids placements, and adoptions. This budget unit is about $21 million, so we're talking about less than a 3% variance, which, although it's $602,000 and it's huge, I just wanted to point that out. This budget unit, 5130, that's over by the $602,000, has absolutely no staff in it at all. So it's not something we could pursue layoffs. It doesn't have contracted staff. It doesn't have staff. It's all about payments that are going out, and they're all entitlement payments. The way that these payments are issued have funding ratios, and the funding ratios, for example, on foster care, the funding ratio is 50% federal level, 20% state level, 25% realignment, and 5% of that is a county obligation. And it was set up back that way in, I think, 1991, when they wanted to make sure that everyone had some ownership of these programs. So everyone had to take a piece of the responsibility, and it was all around the whole realignment concept. What happens when this budget exceeds because of increased caseloads is the portion that the state has to pay is constant, and the portion the county has to pay is constant. So the state's obligation goes up at the same rate that the county's obligation goes up. So it's not like the state just has said, we're not paying this because we're in deficit, and the county's rate went up. The ratios stayed the same. What ratio did go down this year is the federal ratio, the FMAP, Federal Medicaid Assistance Program. Me and my acronyms. So that ratio went down. Last year during budget discussions, we talked about the possibility of that ratio going down. And we decided at that point to leave in the budget the ratio as being constant. And that's one of the issues that's hitting us with this budget unit, and it's hitting us with the other budget unit as well, the IHSS budget unit, is that federal rate went down, which means there's more of a percentage that, it used to be 60% federal, and now it's 50. So the percentage that the state, the county, and realignment dollars has to pick up is more. So that's what's partly happened with this budget unit. So in that particular instance, it wasn't a surprise. We talked about it. We knew that was a possibility. We talked about it extensively with IHSS.
And describing it as you do about the ratio component, there's really nothing we can do about that.
No, unless somebody has some strings at the federal level, I suppose. This budget unit was established as a separate budget unit out of the rest of the social services budget, I think around 35 years ago, and I may not be accurate with that exact years, but many, many years ago. Yeah, it was established as a separate budget unit. And the reason it was established as a separate budget unit is just because of what we're talking about. It was a conscious decision by I'm assuming the board at that time, and continued to be a constant decision because we do not have control over this budget unit. Again, eligibility is set by the feds, rates are set by the state, and the foster care placements are determined by the judge here locally. So what's different this year? One of the things that was different is FMAP went down. The other thing is there was a foster care court hearing. There was a state court decision that increased the rate that goes to group home placement costs by 20%. That increase was made retroactive back to December of 2009, which means currently in this year, we're paying for an increase of 20% for half of last year and an increase of 20% by this year that we didn't budget. That decision came out well after budget time, which was, this is the first time we're talking about it, it's mid-year because we didn't have that decision yet. And just as an example, a group home placement can be $6,000. So an increase of 20% raises it by $2,000 up to $8,000. So it's a significant increase. What I will say is this county has done a lot of things to actually protect this budget unit. It could be much worse. Statewide, the average placement numbers are going up, especially for SED placements. Statewide, that average has gone up. We budgeted for 14 SED placements. We're at 7. Seriously emotionally disturbed children. Sorry. So,
Seriously
Emotionally disturbed.
so we budgeted for 14 and we only have 7. Some of the programs that this county put in place years ago, such as Family Strengths program, do a great job and give the judges an alternative to placement. So our placements, while the rest of the state's increasing, our placements have actually gone down. So this budget unit could be in a lot more trouble if this county hadn't been proactive with the children's system of care work that it has done. So in that way, we did take some control, and it's something this county should be proud of. I think that every county is probably wrestling with an overage in this budget unit at this point. And we are making monthly payments on that 20% increase, just so every month we have to pay something. Did that answer?
Very good, very good overview of bad news. Supervisor
I'm
McCown.
good at it.
Well, and while we're on that topic, I believe at the previous budget update, you informed us that your expectation is that when the state completes their process for next year, we will likely be looking at a 20 to 30% cut in social services funding.
I think that's possible. I think with the shifts that they're talking about in realignment, if those doors really get opened, I think that we're looking at some really serious challenge as far as how we prioritize those dollars that come into this county, the ones that aren't, there may not be siloed anymore, and to all of the funding streams coming in. And I think at this point, I'm not just concerned about the state level. I'm actually quite concerned about what's going on at the federal level in some of the budgets, because that's going to filter down to us as well. So I do think that the agency overall is facing some serious challenges. And again, what's going to happen is all those safety net services that have been built up in this community over time are going to begin really quickly to deteriorate.
And the realignment shift, if it takes place, may or may not come with funding.
Right.
And even aside from realignment, though, I think you were anticipating a 20% or greater cut.
Yes.
And then realignment would only add to that.
That's correct. That's correct. And we're running right now in our agency so that we're prepared for that. We're running 30% reduction scenarios in all of our budget units, so that we are prepared for what that might look like and what we would have to present. As an agency, I think that historically, and we continue to try to do that, is to plan ahead. It's very important for us to plan ahead. If we don't plan ahead, we're the one department that will come to you and ask for layoffs. And I will tell you, my staff doesn't appreciate that. But if I don't come to you in preparation for what might happen, then what will hit us will be much worse. We have to plan, or else our layoffs and our situation will be much greater than what it could have been.
And do you have a projection for what a 30% reduction would mean in terms of staffing levels?
We're looking at that right now. I think at one point we had a projection that was like 108 staff, but I am not standing here before you today asking for layoffs in those budget units. So I don't want my staff to think that's what's happening, because that is not. We're running the scenarios and we're getting prepared. And if we're hearing something that would lead us to believe that we need to come to you for layoffs, we would do that. Right now, today, I have none.
Supervisor Hamburg.
Well, speaking of projections, when you hear President Obama, didn't he say recently that there would be a 5-year freeze in federal discretionary spending? So, I think that pretty much put some handwriting on the wall in terms of what the feds are going to do.
I'm very concerned.
They're going to be pulling back. But my question was about children's services, and we contract out a good deal of that, 10 million?
About 8 million, I think.
About 8 million. And then those agencies pay back a certain amount to the county, is that right? A 15%? Is there a 15%, what do you call that?
It's an administrative.
An administrative
fee.
Can kickback, whatever.
Administrative fee.
I don't mean,
It's not a
I don't mean that
kickback.
negatively. And then what happens to that money?
So the contracts that you're talking about right now is the contracts that we have with our organizational providers. And
Right.
for mental health services, you can contract with people to become org providers. And basically, they're operating as an extension of the county in those instances. And what they do is they can treat children and they can bill for EPSDT services,
Right.
which are the services we already talked about. So the org providers will provide those services and they bill the county. The county reimburses the org provider, and then the county bills the state through the Medi-Cal system. For all of that, you know, the authorization work and for the billing work and for all of the administrative work to really manage those contracts, there's a 15% fee that you can accept for the contracts that you send out, and it goes to pay for all of those things. You have to be able, as an organization, to justify that you have 15% of expenses. So if you take 15% of $8 million, you have to make sure you have 15% of expenses to justify that. But
And
it
have we
does
had
go
any-
into the mental health budget and helps with the mental health budget.
Have we had any audit exceptions on that issue?
I do not believe on that issue, no.
Well, Stacy, I think, as one of my colleagues said, you really are doing an excellent job, and I really commend you, because I remember the days when the public health director would come in with a list of the programs that the realignment dollars and the surpluses within the public health arena, just prior to the agency being formulated, could really backfill and support other programs. And there were these shifts of dollars to really save some very vital services, and those, as we've known over the last 3 or so years, those dollars are gone. I mean, you've stretched every bit, just like the county has in general, with using every bit of reserve. So we really have nowhere to go except, I think, this sort of brutal process that you articulate so well, that is so painful for, I think, the public to have to live through, the staff that has to live through it, and then the decisions that we have to make regarding all of that is very painful. But I think you really, truly are doing a remarkable job, and it really has to be done.
Thank
It really has to be done to get us to where we need to go, and having the foresight that you do to talk about, you've got to be proactive, you've got to get ahead of it, so the damage isn't any more than it might, you know, that it would be if you didn't get ahead of it, because of the things like the entitlement programs that we just reviewed.
Thank you very
So,
much.
thank you. I think we should take a 10-minute break and then reconvene and continue with item number 5C. Is that awful or what? Goes to here. Goes to here. We're missing Supervisor Pinches. Here he comes.
He'll get here.
Thank you.
Once he knows how much fun we're having.
It may be a little late. You bang your gavel for any particular purpose?
Yeah, to get people walking.
I thought it was pretty impressive. Gavel banging.
I'll get even
But
better.
my
I'll get
finger
better.
wasn't there.
We have that. Just
Okay, the board is reconvening at 3:35. We are still with item number 5C, continuing into the afternoon, and we'll go to Sheriff Alman now to continue item number 5C.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and if you would allow me, there's one person in the audience who has to get back to the Anderson Valley, and that's Chief Colin Wilson. He asked me if I could ask for him to go out of line of public expression. Is that okay?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kendall. I'm Chief Colin Wilson with the Anderson Valley Fire Department, and I'm also a member of the Anderson Valley Action Coalition. We've been working long and hard in Anderson Valley to deal with a number of problems, drug use and abuse being one of them. Tonight, I'm chiefly here to speak to the budget issues and the impact that they have on the Sheriff's Department, and particularly in how we see those affecting the fire department in Anderson Valley very directly. And our greatest concern is the likely loss of one of our resident deputies' position with the proposal as we understand it currently. And we wanted to say at the top that we recognize and appreciate the severity of the crisis, and that some painful cuts are going to definitely have to be made, as I think most all departments have already made and will be asked to make more. We understand the reality of that situation. And we also understand the reality of the situation that the sheriff finds himself in, that he's bound by labor agreements that stipulate that layoffs have to be made by on a seniority basis. And unfortunately for us in Anderson Valley, that means that one of our resident deputy positions is third from the bottom on that list, and will quite likely we'll be losing him. And the effects that have on us, interestingly enough, in the last 2 weeks, we work with the Sheriff's Department on sometimes regular, sometimes irregular basis, and in the last 2 weeks, we had 2 incidents occur that we needed to have the sheriff's assistance with, and the sheriff had sheriff's deputy had a very positive influence on the outcome of those calls. The first one was a gentleman that we're not quite certain what his initial problem was, but it may have been a problem with prescription medications being a little bit out of whack. And he was experiencing a medical emergency in downtown Boonville. By the time the got to be time to transport him, he had become violent and combative and couldn't be transported, not necessarily through any fault of his own. And in a case like that, we are not police officers. We cannot restrain or folks in those situations. And we're completely at the mercy of asking for help from the Sheriff's Department. And thanks solely to the fact that we did have a resident deputy and he was on duty in the valley that day, he responded very quickly to the scene. We were able to get the patient loaded, and the sheriff's deputy escorted the ambulance crew over the hill so that they would not be in the situation of halfway over, which is always our biggest concern, having a patient go ballistic on us. The second incident that occurred was just this last weekend. There was an assault with a stabbing victim. And we had the perpetrator still on scene, stabbing victim, bleeding, and we are instructed in those cases to wait for the sheriff's deputy to respond. And once again, solely because our resident deputy was there and available, he responded, got to scene almost as quickly as we did, and there was almost no interruption in services. And so the impact of him for us is both in providing for public safety, which we feel should be paramount as a government role, and also in providing for the safety of both the fire crews and the ambulance crews. And we very much appreciate the Sheriff's Office in that role, and we're extremely concerned about looking at 30-minute, 45-minute, and potentially 1-hour response time for deputies, which may well be what happens if the current proposal goes forward. I've still got 45 seconds here. So I know that the answer cannot possibly be this simple, but we've been looking hard at the budget, and we do a little bit of budgeting ourselves. And one of the things that really stood out was when we looked at the budget, we looked at the difference between the 9-10 actuals for the completion of the 9-10 year and the 10-11 budgeted year. And what we saw was a significant number of accounts that were budgeted well beyond what the 9-10 actuals had been. And in just 8 of these accounts, the total of what we are referring to as over budgeting, and I appreciate the fact that there may be a more complicated explanation to that, but in just 8 of the accounts, that over budgeting was in the amount of over $4 million. So one of the suggestions that we'd be throwing at you would be to look at those agencies that have significant over budgeting versus their actuals, and to get an explanation for why that is, because it would seem like there should be pretty significant room there for reducing the deficit budget on paper just by adjusting those back down to more realistic actuals. So I'm going to leave these papers with you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin.
Thank you, Colin. And thank you, Madam Chair, for indulging us. I also want to thank two supervisors, Supervisor Dan Hamburg and Supervisor John McCowan, because we've recently sat down and we've gone over the sheriff's numbers and we've gone over our budget. And much to the dismay of the rest of the county, Dan, we had a very, very positive meeting. And I really look forward to working with you on this because you asked some really good questions. And it was productive and it worked out well. I thank you very much. I would encourage the other three supervisors. I'm available 24/7, anytime, any place. I will meet you and go over our budget and show you what we're trying to do and so forth. It's a somewhat, this is a unique conversation we're having today. Everything's positive and everything's good. Heck, they found more money. But, you know, then it comes to the sheriff's budget. And there's not a whole lot of good things that is happening other than our men and women are out there doing what we're paying them to do, and that's doing exactly what Chief Wilson said. Unfortunately, a little bit side note, the CHP commander was here. He left maybe 30 minutes ago. Maybe you saw him leave because the CHP officer in Humboldt just lost his life. And we wish him our best. I have a presentation, and I don't think that there's any question in this board's mind where I stand on my presentation. I don't think there's any question in a citizen's mind where I stand on my presentation. I surely wouldn't mind holding my presentation for the sake of saving time. It's less than 10 minutes, so the public could hear where the board stands. But if you want me to go through my 7-minute presentation, I'll be happy to, Madam Chair. It's just I'm going to be reiterating several points that seem to be the mantra of what we're trying to do, of where we're trying to save the money. If you want me to continue, apparently I will. So there's several issues that we can't gloss over. To start with, we have 4 bargaining units in the county that have not made concessions. They haven't finalized their negotiations with the county yet. And so when we're talking about the final budget, we're talking about money that we don't think that we have or we're going to have. Let's really and truly talk about 4 bargaining units. And I know the county's in negotiations. I know you're in closed session, and I'm not asking you to comment on this, but I'm telling you, it's very frustrating for the Deputy Sheriff's Association to be one of the very first associations to give concessions, to set a good example, and to say this is what, as law enforcement officers, we're going to do. And then right now, it's almost as if they're being punished by more layoffs because there's some other bargaining units that haven't given concessions. And I wish the county and those bargaining units luck, because we're going to have to get to the point where those concessions are made public, and we're looking forward. The deputy sheriffs are looking forward to that point. The reductions that the CEO is recommending, and first of all, with all due respect to the CEO, and please correct me, Madam CEO, if I'm wrong, Friday morning I was notified in writing from the CEO's office that this hearing was going to be held on February 25th. And so I took it for what it's worth, because I was at a meeting for the U.S. Forest Service operation. And then in that afternoon, the Ukiah Daily Journal, Tiffany contacted me around 3:30 to say, you know, Tuesday they're talking about laying off deputy sheriffs. And I said, no, I have the memo from the CEO that says it's on the 25th, and it was a typographical error. I hope it was just done accidentally, but it somewhat caught me off guard. And then as far as the layoffs, I was notified at 1 o'clock today, so 30 minutes before this meeting today, of the actual list of people who were going to be laid off. And it's very hard to plan a budget when you're under the gun, so to speak, in this situation, because the recommendations that the CEO has made, it makes no sense in the organization of the sheriff's office. To reduce 3 sergeants to start with, which would in actuality displace 3 deputy sheriffs, because those sergeants would be demoted, then it would have an impact on our resident deputy program. And I'm not going to allow that to happen. And in December, in front of this board, I said we will do the layoffs. And I want to be very clear. I will not participate in any layoffs that this board has. This board has a desire. I'm surely not going to pound my fist on the table by saying we're going to litigation, but I think it's very clear what my responsibility is. And I don't take this lightly. I take it very seriously. It's very important this board know I have not spent a dime of county money on litigation yet. Ms. Cryer did, in her eloquent speech, and Stacy's a very good speaker, and I congratulate her, she unfortunately made a comment that I will disagree with. And she stated there's no more safety net. And we're talking about mental health people. And when you talk about no more safety net, I assure you there is. And Chief Wilson just spoke of it. The safety net is law enforcement. The safety net, no matter how many mental health workers we get, no matter how many social service workers we get to help with society's problems, at 2 o'clock in the morning, they're not the ones on duty. The safety net is public safety. Period. End of statement. And our men and women are out there doing it as we speak, even though they know that some of their names are being prepared by the CEO for possible elimination. They're not saying, I'm not going to give 100%. They're out there doing 100%. In the last, please listen, in the last 15 months, if you go into March of 2011, the sheriff's office attrition is 17 people. We have not replaced anybody since May of '09, and I predicted in each budget unit, I'm telling you, we're having a 10 to 12% attrition, and then we're saying, well, let's go ahead and lay off people. So what we're doing is we're allowing the senior employees to retire, and then the younger employees who have the energy to provide the public safety services that we're asking, we're laying them off. Well, this is a train wreck waiting to happen. And I'm not putting us in a situation where we say, which child are we not going to feed tonight? That's not it. I don't want us to make those decisions, but it's core, basic, public safety responsibilities is all we're trying to do. We don't have school resource officers where I can say, well, we don't have that luxury anymore. I don't have full-time SWAT people where I can say, boys, you're back on patrol now. Everybody we have working is out doing their job. And in the CEO's recommendations, it's very unfortunate where she made, and Ms. Angelo, I'm very sorry, you and I didn't have a chance to talk about this because I just got the piece of paper at 1 o'clock today. But she made very incorrect assumptions over the supervision ratio. When you have deputy sheriffs who are performing sergeant's tasks, it's not in my realm to say, I'm not going to pay you a sergeant because it's civil service rules. And so what we've done is we've demoted sergeants to do deputy sheriff, the rank, and they're still performing sergeant tasks, and I'm sure that your human resources director who's here would be able to tell you that this is not going to work. We have to pay people for the job they're doing. This isn't my choice, this isn't your choice, this is the law. And so we have deputy sheriffs performing sergeant's task, and then we hear that the ratio of the sergeants is too high. So I would beg to differ on that. The 9.31 money, we don't know on this one. The 9.31 money we know is coming in, and our revenue guesstimate there, in my opinion, is somewhat low. But because we're swimming in uncharted territory, we're not going to know the amount of money that the revenue we're going to get in 9.31 until April or May. And then we're going to have a very clear direction. I've stood before you and told you I believe that we are going to get between 400,000 and 500,000. And whether people want to call it funny money or not, that's money that's going to keep 4 or 5 deputy sheriffs on the road. But you have to put some trust in this. You have to put some trust in the ordinance that you passed. I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm asking you to trust your 9.31 ordinance, the way that it's worded, and it's going to work. But if you don't trust your own ordinance, I assure you, we cannot supply the personnel to enforce 9.31 and to follow the regulations, because if we suffer the layoff of 6 more people, we are literally not going to have the staff to perform 9.31 responsibilities. So at what point do I stop collecting the 9.31 money if we cannot provide the services to the public? It's a very good rationale. We have contracts with the U.S. Forest Service, we have contracts with Bureau of Land Management, we have contracts with the Corps of Engineers, and with Covelo School District, and with the Department of Justice. 5 good contracts that are giving us in excess, well in excess of $500,000. We cannot perform our duties, those contractual obligations, if we don't have the deputy sheriffs do it. And so what we're saying is we're not going to accept this money. And so this snowball effect is continuing by needing more layoffs because we can't provide the services that we have obligated ourselves to do. And so it's really and truly a situation where you are going to have to make a tough decision of trusting the 9.31 of trusting our cost-cutting measures and not lay off any more employees. When we talk about the 3 clerical workers, it's very important. I've had members of the community tell me, at least one person on this board has said, we have more accountants at the sheriff's office than the entire CEO's office. I don't know if you've heard it. I don't know if you were the one who said it. I'm going to tell you it's not true. I have 2 people who do our numbers. We have one person, aside from those 2, that gets fully reimbursed for her salary by the concealed weapons program. The concealed weapons holders of this county fully support a position with the sheriff's office. We have another employee who would be on this list who does the civil process service. We pay for her salary with civil process. And so what you're doing is saying, well, get rid of these people because we can't afford them, but these are the people who are bringing us the revenue to allow them to do their job. This isn't an easy task for you, I understand that, but it's not an easy task for our employees. Our employees are giving 100%. I'm not going to sit here and fire a shot across the bow. I'm going to sit here and say, I believe there's a way that the CEO and I can continue to look at these things without saber rattling and saying this, we're going to lay these people off if you don't save more money. What we're going to do is sit here and say, all right, just like what happened as of this Friday. We have a person who's resigning from the sheriff's office. The CEO and I yesterday had a chance to sit down and talk about it and say, we're not going to replace her. We're going to put that hat on somebody else. We're allowing the natural attrition to occur. So are we going to meet our budget this year? I doubt it. Are we going to do everything we can to get what I estimate within $300,000 of our budget this year? I believe so. But we can only do it by continuing productive conversations. And by threatening layoffs, by taking the morale of this department and to treat our employees as such they're being treated doesn't do them any good, it doesn't do us any good, and it doesn't allow us to continue to serve the public in the way that we want to do it. Thank you.
Sheriff, would you take us through the other 3 bullet points that were on the memo that you received from the CEO? I believe that's what Ms. Cryer used to walk us through her presentation.
Right, the 157 or the 257,000.
Yes, you went over 9.31. You I believe covered that, not with specifics, but with the general statements. But if you could go over the other 3 bullet points, please. This is part of the published agenda packet.
Certainly. The status of the 257,000 of asset seizure has been committed, and it's there. There's no question about it. Now, there was a bookkeeping error at the beginning of this year. The former district attorney did transfer $150,000 to the sheriff's office, and I have no reason to doubt that the commitment is going to be there. So that's clear. The layoffs of the 4 sworn of the deputy sheriffs, 2 deputy sheriffs and 2 correctional officers, that has happened. I don't have that cost saving in front of me of the layoffs of the 4, what that did, as Norm Thurston is looking for it. And was there another unexpected, and we, as it says, we just received from the federal government an additional $18,000 unexpected revenue from the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program, the SCAP program in our jail. And one thing that we haven't talked about today is what the governor's proposal is of the additional inmates. And through the surveys at the state level, our jail commander has learned that if you look at the past, which is obviously the best way to predict the future, in the last 4 years, 307 inmates would meet the criteria of staying at the county level instead of going to state prison. Those would be the 3 nons, the non-sex offender, non-serious, and non-violent offenders. And so, and I appreciate the CEO recommending that we're going to hire 1 to 2 people for the jail, because we know that in July our 100 empty beds are not going to be empty. We're going to be soon filling those. And as far as the savings from the deputy sheriff's layoffs was $303,497. And that's for this fiscal year. Does that answer your question, Madam Chair?
Yes, unless you would like to further address item number 4. You touched on that. You said you didn't think you'd be getting there. The question is, what are current or future plans to eliminate the full $800,000 projected fiscal year 10-11 shortfall?
Well, I'm not going to print money. There are several issues that we are doing. In 1992, former Sheriff Tuso set up a program whereby firearms, which in the past, for the past 18 years, have been destroyed. And these are evidence firearms and so forth, but they've been sold at auction to provide revenue for the county and to provide a trade of equipment for the sheriff's office. And we are working through the county counsel's office on this to make sure the legal paperwork is being taken care of. And there's no expectation, I don't have the monetary figure now, but I'm telling you that we expect that to assist us greatly. So to answer your question, Madam Chair, it's every week when the CEO and I meet, we're coming up with the ideas of whether it's combining services, consolidation of duties, moving buildings and so forth. And quite honestly, I think there are several issues that there's been county employees who have brought up ideas that people are talking the talk, but we're not walking the walk. And I don't know if this is the right venue to say, why are we not doing these cost savings events? But it's very frustrating as a citizen and as a sheriff to make very cost saving recommendations and have people say, yeah, well, we'll get to that. And then you wonder if it's just going to fall through the bureaucratic cracks. So as far as consolidating buildings and consolidating services of payroll, of phone answering, and so forth, there's some very strong cost savings that are potentially there, but we have to have at least more than one person willing to do it before it works.
Thank you.
So if I could just finish. You're being asked to look at the CEO's recommendation. I'm saying my recommendation is to allow the CEO and I to sit down and look at the potential attritions in the next 6 months or so we're going to have and see if that meets her criteria of vacant positions. But as far as laying off deputy sheriffs or lay off correctional officer or our limited non-sworn staff, I hate to be a stick in the mud, but I can't participate in that conversation.
I believe we have a question from Supervisor Hamper.
Thank
you. I think that it would be good for the public to know that on this layoff list, there aren't any deputies. There are 3 sergeants. And Tom, you were addressing that issue in your report, saying that we currently have how many sergeants do we have now? We have 15 sergeants.
15.
We're talking about laying off 3 sergeants. Theoretically, as you said, those sergeants would move down into deputy sheriff positions, and then whatever deputy layoffs would occur would be based on the seniority of those officers.
Right, because the proposal is not to demote 3 sergeants, it's to eliminate those positions, which I think there's other options
available. But you were saying that, even that this, what the CEO described as a 3-to-1 ratio, where we have 12 sergeants supervising 39 deputies, which seems like a reasonable enough, like a 1-to-3 ratio. But you were saying that that's doesn't really describe the true situation. Could you just explain that again?
Thank you for your opportunity. Now, let's take the person who's in charge of internal affairs. He supervises no deputies, but he's in charge of internal affairs, in charge of the training, and in charge of the large $2.17 million grant for a new computer system. So he doesn't supervise anybody because he's doing sergeant administrative duties, and he meets that criteria as far as the civil service rules go. So that would be one. The second would be our detective sergeant. Our detective sergeant is not a patrol sergeant, but when we have our lieutenant of investigations retire in 2 weeks, we're going to have, and who haven't asked to replace the lieutenant, now that detective sergeant is going to have more command responsibilities before, and as the quota will change. Let's take the deputy who's in charge of the U.S. Forest Service Operation Full Court Press, of the 6-county operation that 4 out of 5 of you voted in August in Covelo to say this is very important. Well, we have a deputy now performing the duties, the administrative duties of a sergeant. He used to be a sergeant. When he was assigned to that task, he was a sergeant. He's demoted. His responsibilities weren't changed. He's a deputy sheriff, but he's still doing his same responsibilities. And once again, it's out of your and my hands. It's civil service rules of where we're not paying the employee for what he's doing for the county. Now,
but just for an aside, is that employee being paid deputy wages?
Yes.
or sergeant wages?
Deputy wages.
Okay, gotcha.
which are 100% grant funded because we got the grant for that position, but we still had to demote him because it was this board's wishes.
Okay, and so this person is full-time on this full court press
Yes.
program. And you mentioned that if we went ahead with this suggested layoff list, that we would have to pull out of full court press?
No, I didn't say that. He would
Okay.
still continue to get deputy wages for doing the sergeant's duties. But something very important with that line is, if you remember, we were able to hire or keep the 2 deputies to go to the Covelo position because of grant funding. And those are our 2 least senior deputy sheriffs. And so this emotional roller coaster ride is going to tell these 2 deputies, well, we know we were going to lay you off, and now we hired you to go to Covelo, but now the Board of
Now we're gonna
Supervisors
lay
says
you
we're going to
off.
lay you off.
Yeah, that's horrible. And then there was one other thing I wanted to, so if we lay off 3 sergeants and we bump these deputy, they bump down to deputy, and then we lose some deputies, then we're at we'd be at a 4-to-1 ratio, 10 sergeants and 39 deputies. Is that a ratio that's out of bounds from your professional point of view?
If we were a metropolitan area, I think that would be a correct ratio. But in an area where we're so rural and you're counting on sergeants to make very good decisions because of the limited number of deputy sheriffs we have, I'll give you an example. It wouldn't be unusual on a Saturday night to have 1 sergeant on duty in Fort Bragg or Point Arena and have no other sergeants on in the entire county. And so the deputy sheriffs in Laytonville would contact the sergeant in Point Arena over the cell phone, which has allowed us to decrease the amount of immediate supervision and make decisions. So the number of sergeants we have is because we try to keep a sergeant on duty at any time there's a deputy sheriff on duty. But unfortunately, when the CEO's office made the recommendation, nobody asked me this question: why do you have 5 sergeants in Ukiah? Well, because we try to keep someone on duty. So if we have the stabbing that we had on Laws Avenue last night, the sergeant's the one who's going to immediately take command of the situation and make the right calls, and so the arrests can be made as they were. So what we have is working.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Angela, I think you were waiting to speak.
Well, actually, I really just wanted to clarify the item we were on, because we hadn't gotten to 5D, which was the elimination of positions. We were still on 5C. And so I wanted to clarify that so that we would go ahead and get that additional information. But I believe, Madam Chair, you did ask that. I don't know if this is the time to respond to anything the
I was really
sheriff
addressing, I think,
said, or-
5C. That's what we started out with, and I think the
Okay.
conversation just moved on to 5D, but we were on 5C.
Okay, so I don't know if you want me to.
Do you have any comments on 5C?
I don't have any comments on 5C. I have comments on some of the statements that the sheriff made, but I can make
Okay.
them now
You
or
wanna hold
later.
those?
It doesn't matter.
So let's go to Supervisor Brown then.
Thank you, Chair Smith. I don't know if you misspoke or not, but I believe this board, the action it took, previously you were saying you, meaning the board, was sworn officers. We didn't designate anyone. Those were your choices. So I think you misspoke, so thank you.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Brown. I was asked to lay off 14 employees, and you would not be able to lay off 14 employees of the Sheriff's Office without touching sworn staff unless you start taking away some of the few 911 dispatchers we have.
I think the point was that the final resolution was that the direction was to lay off 7 sworn personnel.
Understood, and let's talk about that. Of those 7, 2 decided to take the grant positions at Covelo, would take us to 5, and then 1, the courts allowed us to be reimbursed for 1 more bailiff. And so, in actuality, the cost of 7 deputy sheriffs was taken out of our budget.
Supervisor Pinches.
Tom, you mentioned your beginning of your statements about how many deputies out there on the street that you're short. How many years ago you mentioned a number?
Well, 17 people have left us since January 10 through March of 2011.
And how many of them were actually patrol deputies or sergeants?
I believe Of the correctional officers and deputy sheriffs and administration.
No, patrol deputies, just straight patrol deputies.
I'm going to guess either 4 or 5. I have those numbers on my desk. 2 of them would be the layoffs, and 3 would be voluntarily, they left to go to work somewhere else.
And they were all patrol deputies or
Right. But we've also halved the number of administration in the last 2 years, and those are sworn officers. But I know that 3 years ago, this board had a question regarding the number of administrators we've had. And so that number that we have after next month's retirement of Lieutenant Noe literally will be half where it was 3 years ago.
You're having another reduction this month, you say? A
Right,
person's
Lieutenant Noe
leaving to-
retires next month, and I have not asked this board to replace him. We're assigning those responsibilities to other
And that's
other deputies.
That's the lieutenant's position.
It is, but it's already been built into our cost savings.
Okay. Madam Chair, I don't know
Yes.
how we're talking about 5D and.
Well, we really haven't gone on to 5D. I think the CEO is waiting to address 5D, so we're trying to wrap up any more clarifications, discussions, such as Supervisor Brown had on 5C.
Then I guess I can wait.
Okay. Supervisor McKellen.
I think to some degree we have talked about 5D as well as 5C. Certainly the presentation has been to that point, and I would suggest the public's been waiting very patiently. Maybe we should go to them and then bring it back.
I'd like to actually hear from the CEO, so we have, before the public comments, so we've got both perspectives out there. Clearly, there are some differences of perspective, so I think that that would be the right way to go, would be to hear from the CEO, then we'll go to public comment. If anyone is going to want to address the board on this topic, please fill out one of these forms and bring it forward to the clerk. Thank you. To the CEO.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. The sheriff and I have been meeting once a week, and we were meeting on Monday mornings at 8:30. I had a couple conflicts, and we had a holiday, so we've been meeting on Tuesdays. And the original letter that went out to Stacy Cryer and to Sheriff Allman went out on February 8th, which was the original letter asking for this information for the presentation. And talking with the sheriff during our Tuesday meetings, I said that with an $800,000 shortfall, I felt compelled to bring forward position eliminations. And I asked the sheriff in one of our meetings, bringing forward positions to this board, would we eliminate sworn staff? Would we eliminate non-sworn staff? And we all know the sheriff, being as passionate as he is, basically said he would not engage in that discussion with me. I even went so far as to say that I thought maybe we should look at eliminating a non-sworn manager. And of course, that was not taken lightly by the sheriff. And so from that point on, I believe what happened is that the sheriff retained legal counsel and then basically could not discuss the position eliminations with me. So I want to be very clear with that on February 8th, the letter went out, Sheriff Allman, to you requesting information for this presentation, that in our meetings, I did want to discuss with you the elimination of the positions, and we were not able to do that. As far as the positions, you getting the list at 1 o'clock today, that is very accurate. You got that list at 1 today, as everybody did. And the reason for that is this is not an easy task, as the 5 of you know. Certainly you know that, Sheriff, and obviously the people in the audience, or you wouldn't all be here. To try and sit here and determine how do you reduce down such a core service as public safety is not easy. It's not easy for me or anybody in here. So it certainly took some time to belabor this and come up with these positions. And when you and I met yesterday, we met twice. In the afternoon when we met, I told you and Mr. Thurston that we were looking at 3 sworn and 3 non-sworn staff. So I think it's been a process. It hasn't been a pleasant process. I'm aware of that. If we're looking at item 5D and we're looking at the position eliminations, I received a list of sergeants from the sheriff dated February 7th that listed out the sergeants, which is part of the reason I went to the sergeant classification rather than the deputy. I think that if when we get to the point of actually reviewing this list, I would like to discuss the rationale on the sworn and non-sworn staff. But at that point, I think as far as 5C and clarifying 5C, There were recommendations in the mid-year report on page 12 that we wanted some direction from this board. One was, do we come back with the options on page 11? And we know that these options, for the most part, do not require any layoffs, any position eliminations. If the board so chose to have us come back and agendize these items, we would. And then, of course, the second recommendation really leads into 5D. And regarding the corrections officers, I'm hoping to enter into further discussion with the sheriff on the 1 to 2 correctional officers. The sheriff had said that he wanted to hire by July, and I'm in agreement that rather than the overtime in the jail, and certainly if we get more inmates from the state, that the sheriff may need to hire correctional officers.
All right, thank you. So let's go to public comment on item C, 5C, and since we actually have moved into 5D, we'll call it 5C and 5D. We'll take public comment on both. But the board will have 2 separate action discussion items going forward. Katie Gibbs, followed by Chuck Savage. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. I'm Katie Gibbs. I'm here to speak for the Arts Council. It's an organization that I have known for quite a while and was a very long time in coming, and I think it would be a great loss to the community to lose. $24,000 a year is not an enormous amount. I know you're looking at every single amount, but as I understand it, that money allows the Arts Council to find other monies because it shows public support for this organization. The Arts Council, I sat through your meeting this morning, fits a lot of the criteria that you were looking at, and which I assume ended up on your matrix you were making. It's an act of consolidation and connection and coordination all over the whole county. It keeps the arts organizations together and allows them to show the world what we do here, which is really quite amazing. We have drama, music, dance, literature, fine arts, all over the county and very vibrant. This organization increases efficiency because it's an organism that can announce all of these things. Everyone goes to it, sends in the information, then they send out the information. They work with Visit Mendocino to attract those visitors that we all want to see. And finally, it promotes the economy by creating its own events, by circulating information, and by supporting the world of the artists in this community. And we have more artists per capita than anywhere else in California. So I think it's something that's worthy of consideration before you decide to put the X on it. So I certainly hope that you will consider all this and leave some sort of support so that we can say that we do have the support of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Chuck Savage.
Don't be so scared. I'm Chuck Savage, unofficial mayor of Talmadge. I can't. That was a good presentation. That was perfect. I have to agree with Tom Allman. Let me get my note. And thank you for listening to all this stuff. You're out of order, Pinches.
You know what I was asking? Did you used to be a radio commentator?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I left my mouth there so it can, you know. Anyway, I'm sure that everybody knows how much crime there is in the city and county, and it gets worse and worse each year. And if you have less officers or sheriffs, that crime element, the thugs, the gangbangers, and the ilk, they're gonna be 3 times as much as it is now. And it's not real safe out there right now, and we all know that. I've been in Mendocino County since 1950, and Lord Almighty, you should see the changes. In closing, this is from Dave Anderson, if anybody cares. He says, thank God for the Second Amendment. And I implore you, supervisors, not to let any deputies go. At some point, hypothetically, somebody's going to get hurt, they're going to sue you and the county, and it's going to cost a heck of a lot more than $800,000. I don't know if anybody's thought about that. That's something to think about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bob McIntosh?
Hi, my name's Bob McIntosh. I've been a resident of the Mendocino County for over 20 years now. I spent 35 years at the California Highway Patrol. One of our guys just got killed today. I think that what I've got here, I've seen the area go from wine county to marijuana county. Crime seems to have gone up mainly because of house invasions, home invasions, because of this illicit drug that's out there. And medical marijuana is a joke. With crime on the rise, you don't want to cut the sheriff's department to save yourself $500,000 to $800,000. Okay? We need these guys out there to protect us. It's important. Your priority is to protect us as citizens. Is it true the sheriff's department's charged 50 cents a mile on a car, and that's why they're not out on patrol right now? Is that true? I've never heard of such a thing. They should be out there patrolling, not be charged 50 cents a mile. Is that true, sir? Anybody?
Well, we don't really engage in discussion with public comment.
Okay.
Please go ahead and make your comment.
This county has lost several good deputies to Sonoma County, where they pay them almost double. Well, I had good friends that were on the sheriff's department and I used to work with here, are gone. You just don't pay them enough. And now you're going to not fund them? That's ridiculous. It's the most ridiculous county I've ever been in. The governor of Wisconsin has stated that his law enforcement agencies are not and never will be on the chopping block. The safety of his citizenry is his top priority. Is it yours? You, as supervisors, need to get your priorities straight. Law enforcement needs to be your top priority. Any cuts to the budget needs to be made other than the sheriff's department. Let's cut your salaries in half to help fund the sheriff's department. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Fred Shayer? Followed by Terry Ryder McSweeney.
My name is Fred Scher. I'm a resident of Redwood Valley. When CEO Angelo first suggested cutting 7 positions from the sheriff's office, she said if that didn't happen, then cuts would have to be made elsewhere. The Board of Supervisors elected to have the sheriff make those cuts. Now she wants another 7 positions cut. Instead of any further cuts to either deputies or support personnel, I suggest making cuts elsewhere, non-essential services. The CEO says the SO is over budget. They are not over budget, but underfunded. The first priority of any government, city, county, state, or federal, is the safety of its citizens. Everything else is secondary. Paying for police protection is expensive, but it has been my experience that if you expect someone to risk their life for the protection of the populace, then you must pay for that. As underpaid as the deputies are in this county, I'm surprised they can find anyone willing to do that job. No one wants the programs that affects them to be cut. Public safety is not a program. It's a necessity, and it's the responsibility of government to provide that safety to its citizens. As an example of how this county has grown and became bloated, when I moved to Mendocino County in 1983, the Board of Supervisors was a part-time job that paid $15,000 a year. I have a suggestion that would save the county over $100,000 a year. Eliminate the CEO's position.
Thank you. Terry McSweeney, followed by Barbara Scott.
Hi, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Terry Ryder McSweeney. I live in Yorkville, and I'm here representing the Anderson Valley Community Action Coalition. Our group formed in 2002 and 2003 chiefly to combat a growing methamphetamine problem in our valley. We worked hard to get a second deputy, and we were successful. With increased arrests and an increased deputy presence, our meth problem decreased substantially. Didn't go away, but it decreased substantially. We are very concerned that if we lose Craig Walker, we will be right back where we started and where we do not, under any circumstances, want to go. Also, Anderson Valley is known for production of marijuana, which has been a magnet for crime. The presence of our excellent deputies, longtime Deputy Keith Squires and Craig Walker, on patrol and in the know about what is going on, which happens because they're out in the community, saves money. It keeps many crimes from happening. Prevention saves money, lots of money. The crime that doesn't happen saves the money that 3 crimes that do happen cost, at least. We are very vulnerable in Anderson Valley, and we feel strongly that we need our 2 deputies patrolling. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Scott.
Thank you. First of all, I'm so gratified to learn that the CEO and our sheriff are working together. I live half a mile west of the Philo Post Office on Highway 128. In the past 10 years, there have been 4 property damage drunk driving accidents on my property. Our Anderson Valley resident deputies no longer patrol the valley. This is to save the county gas money. I anticipate many more drunk drivers to crash into my property because our deputies can no longer afford to patrol. Anderson Valley is a tourist corridor. If word gets out that our valley is not safe to drive through, tourists will avoid Mendocino County and redirect themselves to southern coasts. Public safety in Mendocino County promotes tourism. Tourism increases our county revenue. Locally, 2 seniors in the valley now refuse to attend senior lunches because they feel Boonville is unsafe. This is a reaction to the recent armed robbery of a local business in Boonville. As a senior, my safety and the safety of my community is my #1 priority for this county. Supervisors, please make other cuts in your budget. Please keep me and my neighborhood safe.
Thank you. Beverly Dutra.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and Supervisors. I would like to say that the umbrella of safety is what protects us all. There is no business, there's no family life, there are no churches, no hospitals, unless we have that umbrella of safety. And I've heard you listen to special interests very thoughtfully, and you've tried to cope with all of that, but the Sheriff's Office is not a special interest. It's a basic essential service. Today, Colin Wilson gave you this sheet where we found a pattern of over budgeting, the same one I mentioned last year. That's a lot of money. There's not only that pattern, but a pattern of, under the rubric in the big budget is constantly the words trust and transparency. But if you get in, as John says, it's the devil's in the details. There are budget items that have been bumped up from the allocation requests, bumped up from the recommended with no explanation given. As you look at these items, and these are all out of the general thing, I've got sheets of pages with examples of things that are unexplained and would go up. I think you can get into your budget, into the services and supplies, and find money there. I do not like to hear that there's been some kind of declaration that any monies found there could not be applied to the sheriff. They ought to be applied wherever they are needed, if you can find them there. Now, reasonably, half of that money at least is gone already. We're not talking about $4 million. But there certainly is at least enough to cover the budget and maybe some things in mental health that are very important. We need your help in really protecting this deputy. From January to November, we had 31 DUIs in our valley. Craig Walker pulled 21 of those. The Highway Patrol did the other 10. When Craig Walker was not on duty, from November, December, and January, there was 1 DUI. We've had our soccer coach die because of a DUI. I don't know if any of you have ever experienced anyone in your family with that, but it's not something you would wish on anyone. That tourism corridor is very important, and we are taking the burden of the wine industry and the tasting rooms, and we need to have the protections on that site of that deputy. And I think you know all the other reasons why we need the deputy. But we can't have manipulations that bump down sergeants that, because of civil service rules, bump out our deputy. We've even said things like, can we raise money for gasoline? We've raised almost $20,000 for a canine dog. We are with you and support you in as many ways as we can, but we've got to work cooperatively, and we've got to feel that the CEO's office is doing the same thing. I have one last comment, and that is, until you have settlement with these 4 unions that are out there, I would like you to not take any action. And if you need to get a new negotiation team to get those settlements, then get one going. But it's not appropriate to do this to the sheriff when you haven't made those settlements. And it's not appropriate to do it to the citizens. Thank you very much for the extra time.
Thank you. Sandra? Sorry, Sandra, I can't read your last name.
I know. My name is Sandy Creek, and I live in Philo, California. I'd like to just take a moment to give you some of my background.
Excuse me, could you speak into the microphone so they can hear you?
Better?
Thank you, yes.
Give you some of my background. I was born and raised in Oakland, California, and I worked in the Alameda County Courthouse in downtown Oakland for 38 years. During the time I worked there, I went to places that I was told most sane people wouldn't go. I went at night. It was a very tumultuous time, Berkeley, Oakland, the Panthers, everything. I was never, ever afraid, never afraid. I went everywhere because I had the deputy sheriffs of Alameda County, the Oakland police, the Berkeley police. They were there for me. We built a house here. I retired in 2003. In 2004, my husband died. But the sheriff came by periodically and just made sure everything was okay for me. Recently, I was asleep. About 11:30 at night, there was a pounding on my door, and the doorbell was ringing. And when I went to the door, my 105-pound Rottweiler Pit was going crazy because there was someone outside, a young woman, who asked to come in to use my telephone. And I have to tell you that for the first time in my life, I was inhospitable. I did not open the door and let her in. I offered to make a phone call for her to the AAA, to her family, whatever. She argued with me for a while, and when I wouldn't open the door, she finally got mad and left. I didn't call the sheriff's department because I don't have a sheriff on duty in Anderson Valley at night. And I don't like the feeling of being unsafe. I realize what you're going through is absolutely horrendous, and I commend you for taking on this task of running the county. But you have to remember that you have to protect the people who live here. And as far as 911 goes, because it was mentioned a few minutes ago, in 2004 I was driving with my husband up from the Bay Area when he had a massive heart attack in the car. Luckily I was driving. I phoned 911 and was put on hold. Luckily, there was a highway patrolman a little ways back on the other side of the road, and he came to my aid. But you just can't cut back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Robert Parker?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Bob Parker from Redwood Valley, representing Veterans of Foreign Wars post-1900 here in Ukiah. In the CEO's mid-year report on page 11 is the table that was shown earlier, and one of the items was potential withdrawal of all general fund support for the Veterans Services Office, your Veterans Services Office. My fellow VFW members and I strongly oppose the potential withdrawal of the aforementioned general fund support. And I'd like to do just a snapshot of the Veterans Services Office operations as I understand it. And unfortunately, I have to throw some more numbers at you folks. You've been exposed to all kinds of numbers this afternoon. 8,200, the number of contacts per year that the walk-ins and phone calls are handled by your own Veterans Services Office. $2.5 million per year. That's the money that goes into the pockets of the county veterans here that have benefits that flow through the Veterans Services Office. 102 medical van riders per month going to Fort Miley. That's coordinated by the Veterans Services Office. Fort Miley is where a lot of the veterans get their medical care. Without it, they have to use ER, emergency room visits, etc. So it's a very important service. That van also takes riders from Fort Bragg, from Willits. They stop at Boonville, make the run every day, Monday through Friday, and come back the same day. All these programs keep veterans off food stamps, medical care through the ER visits, etc. So it's a very worthwhile program that the Veterans Services Officer, Carl Stenberg, manages. He does what he can with what he has. He by no means has a large staff. It was cut 25% a couple years ago. He distributes his resources again to meet his mission. To do that, they have 3 locations. The main office here in Ukiah. There's a Fort Bragg office that is open Monday and Wednesday. And in Willits, that office is open Tuesday and Thursday. The Ukiah office is open Monday through Thursday only due to the furlough days that they're having to abide with. Budget aspects. On that same table is listed $134,000 per year of general fund support for the Veterans Services Office. The other financial support for that office comes through the work units or the claims that they process, and they then have access to the state pot of money based on the number of claims that they process each year. Currently, that amounts to some $40,000 per year that they get from the state. Well, however, with recent legislation, Operation Welcome Home, that amount has gone up threefold. So basically, in the near future, they'll be getting $120,000 per year from that source. Also, they've moved their location, not to a new facility, but to a different facility that is owned by the county, a small house that used to house the Mendocino County Working on Wellness right next to the Public Health Building. And again, that's the savings. So if these cuts come to fruition, it will mean the Willits office will be closed. A lot of the veterans who have been hunkered down will no longer be willing to come forward, and the medical van program will be ceased. So we ask you to not let these cuts happen. Thank you.
Mr. Parker, in addition to this internal recommendation with respect to general fund dollars, there also has been a move at the state under the new governor's budget to cut significantly funds to counties for veteran services. You're probably aware of that. I did receive an email from Mr. Stenberg that said, this was last week, there was good news that that proposal did not make it through the Senate committee that was addressing it. So the Senate is not embracing that budgetary move by the governor, but this could be a twofold hit, if you will, to veteran services in Mendocino County if we get state reductions, and then we're considering any additional internal cut to those services. So I think there's a lot that's still unknown about veteran services, particularly at the state level.
Yes, Madam Chair, and Mr. Stenberg did mention that the Senate has denied that cut. Now it's going to Assembly, and then of course to the governor. So my fellow veterans and I will try to write some other folks. Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Mr. Parker, I also want to just put into the record a letter that was sent to our chair, Smith, from the Department of Veteran Affairs, listing a lot of information about the local Veterans Office. I don't know if you saw a copy or not. If you didn't, I'll be happy to make you one and get it to you.
Thank you, Supervisor Brown.
Maybe you'd like this one, that it was very impressive.
I believe it had a lot of the same financial information.
Yes.
Did, from Mr. Stenberg. Okay, moving on, Scott Schneider.
Good afternoon. Thanks for being here to make these tough choices. It's been a very educational and fun-filled day. I want to read part of a letter that was written. I know that the bid matching funds are on being considered for the chopping block. I do also want to let you know that we are scheduled to report to you on March 1st for the 11-12 report, so that is already agendized. As a business owner of Mendocino County, I want to clearly state my support for the continuation of matching funds for the Business Improvement District for 2011-12. This program works. The county's contribution supports a comprehensive campaign to promote travel, tourism, and business throughout the county. According to the 2008 Mendocino County Travel Research Study, travel and tourism was responsible for generating approximately $592 per household of tax relief in 2007. In 2008, as the national economy crumbled, we achieved a 9% increase to $645. So again, if we didn't have travel and tourism, every household would have to pay an additional $645 annually to keep the tax revenues where they are now. Also, according to the study in 2008, our promotional efforts were bringing a return on investment of 17 to 1. That is now currently 22 to 1. As a reminder, in this county, travel and tourism brings in $336 million of spending, supports 5,400 jobs, and brings in state tax receipts of $12 million and local tax receipts of $8 million. So yes, while not one full-time position would be eliminated, 5,400 would be in jeopardy. The impact of travel and tourism on county income is significant and vital to the long-range growth of this county. I could go on and on. I'll be happy to submit these later. I do have to say that I did a little brief survey of our neighboring counties, and our bed tax is $3.5 million approximately, something like that. This match represents about 8% of a reinvestment of our bed tax. Marin County reinvests 55 to 60% of their bed tax. Sonoma 23 to 24%. Humboldt 19%. Lake County invests $866,000 annually, which I think is about 2/3 of their bed tax. There are almost 50 business improvement districts in the state. Not one has gone away because it is a very smart public and private partnership. I don't know what other economic development activity there is in this county, but I'll tell you that this is a program, again, that works. Sonoma has recently achieved a 5-year commitment from their county to continue their program. I'm not going to stand here today and ask for a 5-year commitment from you, but we are successful. I will tell you that if the match went away and if this promotion went away, immediately you would feel the effects. I'll tell you that from the Mushroom and Crab Festivals alone, you get about $100,000 in bed taxes from those two festivals. So alone, 1/3 of what we're asking you to match would be gone because those two festivals wouldn't occur. I have a lot more numbers and information that I will present to you on March 1st. Thank you.
Thank you.
I got a question.
Yes,
Scott.
Supervisor Pinchas.
Scott, what did you say that the tourism brings in TOT?
Well, it used to be in about 3.7 or 3.8, and now I think it's down to about 3.5.
Well, it says in this report that this year we're only going to take in about 3.4 total. So that means it all comes from tourism, nothing from the local population?
So it's down to 3.4. Is that what?
That's what it says.
That's what you're reading there. Yeah, I mean that's which is a lot less than where it's been down if you look at San Francisco and some of the larger areas. But yeah.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So maybe it's closer to a 10% share of the TOT that is the current match, but then this is also structured in such a way that the Lodging Association has taxed themselves through the Business Improvement District, and the $300,000 is actually a match to what they are taxing themselves.
Right, it's a 50-cent match on every dollar that lodging raises themselves.
Which is a significant leverage for the funds.
Yes.
And do you have anything, I guess it'd be a pretty tough guesstimate to come up with, but without this $600,000 contribution, because there is the potential that without the county match, the Lodging Association members may rethink their commitment to the bid. Do you have any way to guesstimate what our local tourism industry might look like without the $600,000 that we're devoting to promotion?
Without the $600,000 assessment that they raised themselves?
Well, their assessment plus our match.
So that's actually it's $900,000.
600 plus 3. Okay.
Right. So it's $900,000.
Okay.
You know that it is tough. I will tell you that there's no way to know how much further south that bed tax would go. I know that 3.8 through 3.4 is, while it's a reduction, it's not nearly as high as in other areas. And I would also say that that $900,000 compared to surrounding counties is very minimal. I mean, Humboldt's looking at, they're starting their own 2% assessment starting in July, which would bring their budget to about $1.5 million. And if we're not playing in the game, we're losing. People have choices of where to go. And if public safety is not there, if we're not reminding them, I mean, one of the things in the letters is that we reminded people about 200 million times in the Bay Area and Sacramento of who we are and what we have to offer. And if those messages weren't out there, it would have a significant impact.
Another important factor, I think, is we don't have to look too far back in our local history to find a time when not only the county was kind of at odds with the promotional industry, but the promotional industry itself was split.
Yes.
And now, I think due largely to your work to help bring these different elements together, we've had the Lodging Association, the Promotional Alliance working very closely together, and they're also working well with the Wine, Grape, and Wine Commission. So everybody currently is on the same page, getting the maximum leverage out of the available funds.
Correct. The Wine Commission, for the first time this past fall, spent about $50,000 of their dollars buying into our programs. So now they're starting to invest in what we're doing as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hal Wagonette?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisors, we all have to live within our means, and that's the subject of today's conversation. The supervisors can't fix the structural deficit in their budget by taking one-time dollars away from their own support systems. Supervisors are all about public safety, and public safety has two sides, prevention and cure. For example, good roads, education, jobs are prevention. Law enforcement, courts, probation are cures. An ounce of prevention, as we've all heard, is worth a pound of cure. Now that's a 16-to-1 negative leverage. And failure to prevent problems requires massive efforts to cure. Now a healthy community means income and jobs. It means people feeling good about themselves and confidence in their own leadership. When they can't support themselves and their leaders fail to take preventative measures, they lash out, and public safety in the form of grossly expensive cures is the result. There's only one entity in Mendocino County that can be correctly termed economic development, and that's Visit Mendocino County. This is a partnership that's funded by the MCLA bid and the county. That partnership also includes the Arts Council, Wine Commission, Chambers of Commerce. The mission is tourism promotion, and that doesn't just mean people coming here. That means getting them to have a good experience, spend money, and generate revenues for the county. These entities are closely linked. Diminishing any one of them would have disastrous results for the whole. The source of bid funds is the TOT, Transient Occupancy Tax. I used round numbers. Last year it generated $4 million. And maybe it's 3.4 now, but it's close enough for rock and roll. The county contributed about $300 to the bid, which is about 7.5%, and the MCLA added $600,000 of its own for a total of $900,000. The return on investment on this prevention investment is about 22-to-1, positive versus the negative referenced earlier. Now the Arts Council asked for $30,000, was granted only $24,000, which is only 0.6% of the TOT. Now, quoting a Community Foundation report, which I included for your amazement, Mendocino County derives over $80 million annually from sales of art and art-related tourism. No revenues flow directly to the Arts Council from that. That's up to you. The Arts Council partnership with the County of Education, Mendocino County Office of Education, is often cited by students and teachers alike as a positive and life-changing feature of the curriculum. The question to the Board of Supervisors today is, will you diminish the single most effective economic development effort in the county by whittling away at bid funds or cutting off the ACMC at the knees and then spend grossly more dollars on cure? Or will you support the only positive Economic Development Agency in Mendocino County by honoring the agreement with the bid at $300,000 a year and the ACMC at $30,000. Those funds would only total about 8.25% of the TOT. Isn't 91.75% of the TOT enough for the Board of Supervisors? Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Mulgard, I believe she has left.
Maybe there's somebody.
Oh, you were before her, certainly. Come forward.
And govern, and I just had a few words from Ann because she did have to leave, and one of them was to invite the Board of Supes, or a representative from the Board of Supervisors, to attend the HHSA Advisory Committee meeting to talk directly with the advisory group. And also that because of children's system of care being affected and what's going on at the state level, that someone from the Board of Supervisors become more involved with the governor's budget committee and finance committee around children's system of care to ensure that we have the proper dollars being, sent down through the state. So that was from Ann.
Okay. Thank you. Robert Panoli?
Madam Chair, fellow board members, staff, thanks for going through this very laborious process. As many of you know, the skunk train is my business. I also serve as a board member on MCLA, MCPA, the vice chair of VMC, and in my spare time, I serve as a board member for the Mendocino Coast Chamber of Commerce. BMC provides vital services to businesses that are in the business of taking care of tourists when they come to this county. Without some of BMC's services, simply we couldn't function. Give you one quick example. Skunk Train used to do advertising in Sunset and Via Magazine to a tune of about $90,000 a year. Because revenues declined and we needed to cinch up our belt, we found ways to partner with an entity like VMC, where we could buy the back of their official tourist publication, which went out to fulfill their ads in Sunset and Via Magazine. That in turn cost us about $6,000 to $7,000. We had that huge of a net savings. We could then take that money and put it back into the infrastructure of the railroad, which has been here for 126 years in this county. We're responsible for carrying 50,000+ guests to our county per year on the train. And if you survey our guests, they stay an average of 2.3 nights. That's a lot of people coming to ride the train, stay in Mendocino County, and experience other things when they're here. The match that's provided to the bid assessment is without question important. Thank you.
Thank you. David Eister?
Well, this is a new experience. I'm Dave Eister, Chairman Smith Board. Thank you for having me late in the afternoon. It's been an exciting day. I'm learning all sorts of things. I'm up here just to simply state that I've said it privately, I'll say it publicly, that I believe that the most core responsibilities of the board is going to be fire, public safety, and infrastructure, roads. Because without the roads, you don't get the tourists that you've just been hearing about here. Without the fire, businesses burn down, they don't produce revenue. Without the public safety, people don't feel safe, if you just heard. So I'm asking the board that you should take a look, before you make a final decision on this, take a look at page 11, because I think that's where you have to go. I'm worried about the sheriff's office because I'm putting some demands on them as I improve the functionality of the district attorney's office. I'm putting some demands on them. We talk about clerical. The problem with the clerical is that in my business, the public defenders, the private attorneys put demands on me that are required by statute and constitution, discovery demands. Those discovery demands go back over to the sheriff's office. We probably don't want deputies going through the paper files, pulling the discovery items that we need to come back to me to go to the defense attorneys. something we don't have much control over, but the defense does, and we have to do it because we have statutes and constitutions require it. Finally, I noticed one item on here, and I don't know the politics of this, but in 1984, I was the deputy public administrator for this county because Vivian Rackauckas was the public administrator. I don't think it got moved out of the DA's office because of my performance, so I don't know why it went there. But I see that it's budgeted here for $165,000 a year. I can do it cheaper. So if you want to move that into my budget and then tell the sheriff he can have the remainder, whatever I save, I'm okay with that. So that's one way to look. I'll talk to the administrative office. That's part of your centralization push, whatever the word was that the facilitator used this morning. But I can do it cheaper than what that is right there. I know I can. And I will work closely with the sheriff and his coroner's office because I've done it before. So take a look at this. I've offered a small solution, but at least I'm offering a solution.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes public comment. One last time, anyone wanting to come forward, please do so.
I guess last but not least, Devin Jones, Mendocino County Farm Bureau, and we might as well touch on almost everything on the now infamous page 11. So I'm here to speak on behalf of the Williamson Act. I know I've been here before. I'll probably be here again. We understand that you're in a very difficult situation. I just want to remind you that a few things have happened and a few things are currently happening. I just want to make sure you're aware of. First of all, in the fall, we did come forward with a 10% concession for 9-year contracts. Believe me, as Farm Bureau was supporting that legislation, we got a lot of negative feedback from some of our members on that, but it was something we felt was necessary. Something else that I wanted to bring to your attention is we're very grateful for the Lands Committee, who are going through the review process on the contracts. Talking with Tony Linegar, they non-renewed roughly 50,000 acres out of the program in 2010, starting this year. So, you know, talking with them, I believe they're going to be going forward even further with non-renewals and compliance inspections in 2011. And I think you might find even numbers being non-renewed this year. Also, I don't know if you've heard, but there is current legislative efforts in place regarding the $10 million in appropriations that was going to be eliminated. As recently as last week, thanks to Doug LaMaffa, they're looking at possibly trying to even increase that to $20 million in subvention going to the counties. You know, we don't know what's going to be going on with the current administration, so there's no guarantees there. Just to bring that to your attention as well. That has not been completely pulled off the governor's agenda, even though he was trying to eliminate that $10 million in subvention funding. There's a possibility that will still come forward. And finally, I'm pretty sure this is going to come back on a further agenda item. And so I would request that the assessor, clerk, recorder calculate the property tax increase value that the county will gain from the 50,000 acres that have been non-renewed starting in 2010. That would be a good number to bring forward for your information. And I also encourage you to continue to work with your Lands Committee. I think they're doing a very good job in this process to see where they're going with their contract renewals and non-renewals starting in 2011, and to see what savings is going to be hold you there. This is a program that we all bipartisanly support, a number of entities support, not just for agriculture, for open space and benefits to this county. So that's my 2 cents on page 11. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question. Maybe I missed it, but did you have an update on the governor's proposal to eliminate the 9-year revised contracts?
Yeah. I do. Basically, in what I've heard, and I can review this was from a couple weeks ago, the Department of Finance proposed doing the $10 million budgetary cut in subvention funding, but there's also a process of repealing. You know, they're looking into repealing SB 863, the 9-year contracts. But according to this was pretty much rejected by the Budget Subcommittee number 4, which is also working currently on the $10 million subvention fund. So I believe both of those programs currently have not been eliminated from the budget, and they're in subcommittee currently in both in the Assembly.
And the $10 million program would be worth about $166,000 to Mendocino County, and the 9-year contracts, if they do not revoke that, it's worth about 550,000.
560, yeah. That's the estimate that the Lands Committee came up with,
Right.
and we have the same information, that it doesn't look like it's going to go
So
anywhere.
that's very likely 550,000, even without the share of 10 million that could be built back into the budget.
In the 11-12 budget.
Correct.
And just to remind you, they are looking, as recently as February 11th, the subcommittee was also looking, like I said, moving forward and increasing that subvention to 20 million if possible. So there might be, even further increase coming to Mendocino County if that does move forward.
And that would still be one time, as far as we know.
Correct, at this point in time.
And I should add that the assessor clerk recorder is working on that number regarding the non-renewals that we've already done so far.
Thank you.
Do you have any kind of ballpark at all, or?
I don't know.
Supervisor Pinchas.
You know, while we're on the Williamson Act, the governor, it's really ironic to me that the governor is proposing to eliminate the Williamson Act to potentially save $10 million a year, where this month alone, the Wildlife Conservation Board is going to spend $50 million of borrowed money in the name of conservation of wildlife. So, the left hand at the state don't know what the right hand's doing.
Thank you, Supervisor. So we're turning to the board. I believe, does anyone want to break before we move forward? We have considerable business still here to conduct. We may need to reassess and maybe not take up every item, but I have quite a long list that we still have to conclude today. So what would the board like to entertain?
Take a break and come back.
I think that the main issue before us is the budget, and
Right.
5C is
C and D.
accept the report and the recommendations, and then what would follow from that is 5D, the resolution. So I think we should just focus on that while the people are all here who have just addressed us.
And then perhaps take a break after that?
Sure.
Because we have consent, we have quite a bit. Council, are you going to want to continue your item that's
Yeah,
later?
the redistricting matter can be continued to March 1st. The reason why I put it on today is because I had promised the board that we'd bring it forward, but there is no urgency. I mean, it could be continued another couple of weeks.
I think, given the time, we should probably do that. So let's do that then. Let's move on forward to board discussion of item 5C. We'll have concluded public comment. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd really like to thank the public. This has been a very difficult day, and I think most people have been very somber in addressing us, because I think everyone knows that we're grappling with some very difficult decisions, and anything we do is likely to have significant impacts on people. The biggest issue before us right now today is whether we're going to move forward with cuts to the sheriff's office or not. We do have to balance the budget, correct the structural deficit, and the main focus of that is really going to be next year. The projection, if we move forward with the layoffs as recommended today, we would save $186,000 the balance of this fiscal year. And I assume that's if the board votes approval, the layoff notices are issued as quickly as they can be issued. The layoffs go into effect as soon as they can be effected. So that's maximum $186,000 between now and June 30th. I think we've also heard an implied or an implicit statement by the sheriff that if the board moves forward, that may very well result in legal action. And at that point, we're bearing the cost of legal defense for the county and the legal costs for the sheriff's counsel. And that will not come cheaply. So the odds, if we do wind up in a lawsuit, the odds that we save any significant amount of money by pursuing these layoffs this fiscal year is pretty close to nil. Because with the meter running on both sides of the case, it doesn't take long to get to a couple of $100,000. I know that some members of the board are doubtful that the 9.31 permit program will result in any significant amount of revenue. But I think there is, as someone who has been very closely involved with that program, I think there's a lot of reason to believe that it will result in significant revenue. And I'll go out on a bit of a limb and say that when the sheriff says he believes the program will generate 400 or 500,000 this fiscal year, I believe that's an understatement. And this isn't something where we're going to have to wait a year to find out if it's going to happen or not. We will know within a couple of months. It actually has to do with the growing cycle and when you plant your garden. And if people want the permit for the added entitlement, subject to inspection by the sheriff, they're going to have to come in their door, the sheriff's door, early in the season and apply for those permits. So this is something that's going to be known within a couple of months. We're not kicking the can down the road forever. We're not ignoring the problem. If I'm correct and we get in the neighborhood of 120, 30, 40 applicants, we will eliminate the $890,000 deficit in the sheriff's office this year. And we will eliminate likely that portion of it going forward into 11-12. And then the sheriff at that point will be on an equal footing with the other departments in terms of the retirement cost that we're going to have to struggle with. But let's not ask him to start dealing with his next year costs when we're not yet asking the other departments to do that. A lot of other things are going to be known within a couple of months, ideally. We'll know for sure if we can count on the potentially $700,000 from the Williamson Act. We will also, I think, have hopefully a much better idea of what the state is actually doing and what impact that's going to have across the board. So I don't see a lot of downside to delaying layoffs in the sheriff's office 60 days until we have a clearer picture of whether we realize the significant source of new revenue, as I think we will, how some of these other issues shake out. The downside of going forward now with these layoffs is very likely we provoke an expensive legal fight with the sheriff that even if we prevail, we spend the amount of money we hope to save in paying legal costs. I don't think anyone wins in that scenario. If in fact and there's the potential that we are not able to achieve the layoffs because there could be an injunction preventing that, so we're not realizing the savings, we're paying the legal expenses. If we do achieve the layoffs, we lose that degree of experience that we currently have in those deputies. We also lose the training cost of $50,000 or more per deputy. We compromise officer safety and we compromise public safety. So I would really implore the board to just step back a bit and balance the potential negatives or the realistic negatives of taking an action when we are not yet forced to do it. Let's wait a couple of months, and it may be that we don't have to take this action and we avoid the train wreck. And that's what I would like to see us do.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'd like to offer a counter comment to that, or a different context. I don't feel that we're pushing the can down the road, kicking the can down the road with respect to the sheriff's budget. I think we've been kicking the can down the road with the entire budgeting process for a very long time, for as long as this supervisor's been sitting here. I've been sitting here for 6 years, and we continue to have the same dialogue with very heartfelt members of the community, very dedicated individuals. They're here, they're volunteers giving their own time, either for their own personal input or representing an organization or a particular group in the community, and I really appreciate that. And it's always very difficult to grapple with all of that, because obviously everyone, with the exception of our DA, basically was saying, I want this, and here's what I want, and I want you to protect this. The DA did offer something that would say, hey, I can offer this to the equation, to the set of solving the problem. So I really do appreciate that, and I think that the CEO, I'm sure, will be looking at that suggestion. Is that truly a salary savings? Can we capture that? Let's look at that. Those are the kinds of suggestions we need. But I don't believe we've been responsible for a very long time in how we do the budgeting. I think that in contrast to Supervisor McCowan's opinion, I don't think, he was stating something along the lines of, let's not do this when we don't have to. If we're not in trouble, why do it? I think we are in trouble. I think we've been in trouble for a very, very long time. If you use a business model and you apply it to how we're doing our work, it doesn't really compute. It doesn't measure up very well. I don't dispute that 931 might bring in considerable dollars. We've heard from the auditor that dollars that are brought in from that program can do no more than cover the fee for service. It's a fee for service that's examined by the auditor like every other fee for service. It is not a cash cow, and it is not an answer to providing public safety, in my opinion. And it may bring in 200,000 or 2 million or 20,000. I don't really know. It's going to bring in what it brings in, and when it does, we'll have appropriate uses for that money, because the Sheriff's Department will truly need it, given where we're going with the state. I really feel that we're on very dangerous ground. I think that we can't afford to continue to not act, to paralyze ourselves and just say, better days are coming, we're going to count on this. It's wishful thinking, and it's just not how you do budgeting. I think we need to go forward with, first we're looking at item 5C in the order of which it's on the agenda. That would be the recommendations beginning on page 11 from the Chief Executive Officer in the department. And if we forget some of the statistics, I'm seeing a lack of continuity from Mr. Knopp's presentation an hour or two ago with severe bottom line dollars that he's talking about, and we're marching forward. I think we can ill afford to wait till June, till the conclusion of this fiscal year, to say, oh, okay, so where are we with this year? Let's now prepare for the next. I mean, what this is about is I'd say at the 11th hour, trying to do some structural planning. That's what I think the Chief Executive Officer is trying to do. That's what I got from Mr. Knopp's report. And I think if we need to bring up any stats and we need to be reminded, we can go back to those parts of the presentation, because I think that they were real eye-openers in terms of where we're going with our deficit expenditures. And that's, we're in deficit mode. And we continue to march there if we don't take corrective action. So as much as I don't want to see any of the things listed on page 11 be considered at all, I don't want to see any of them considered. And I already have formed opinions about a number of those. But I need to set my personal opinions aside and say, you know what, we're going to have to hear about all of those because they're discretionary. If you merge our discussion from this morning, trying to get some threads about strategic planning, bringing it forward to these very difficult decisions, which is ultimately what you need to do with strategic planning, I think we can ill afford to not act on this. This is just gathering information. The board will, maybe the CEOs and staff have heard things today that they'll say, gee, we're not going to bring back item, number 4 on the list or number 5. We've done a little preliminary research. We've heard from the public. We've engaged with some of our community partners. We're not going to bring back these program eliminations, and here's why. and we would get a specific discussion as to why not. But for most of them, I'm sure that they would be bringing forward recommendations for the board to consider. We might consider some yes, some no, some partially, but I think we have absolutely got to entertain this, or folks, we're never going to get to where we need to go in 11-12, and we will never close out this budget year at a zero level. And I still think that should be our goal. I think that should be our intention. And I think we need to model, our actions need to model what Stacy Cryer is doing in HHSA to do absolutely everything she can to bring us a $0 amount. She doesn't know if she can, but she's going to try. And I don't believe the board should do anything less than that. So as much as I want to say, let's take this one off the table, I'm not even going to give an example. But I have certain ones here that I don't want on the table and probably won't support, absent any new information, which may or may not come forward. I've got to say, I've got to just shut my opinion off about that because of the times we're in and say, yep, I think the executive office needs to bring us information on all of these for consideration. We've heard only comments on the public administrator as maybe a solution set was proposed here today. Every one of these, I think, as much as we want to call them the sacred cows, we need to be looking at them. They're discretionary dollars. They're not required programs. That was the board's discussion this morning. We're going to go for core services. We are going to absolutely go for core services. We got to start making the difficult decisions. And if we don't start today, it's just more bad news and more procrastination, and we're heading off a cliff. Supervisor Hamburg.
Let's try to get rid of 5C.
That's what I'm trying to do,
Yeah,
Supervisor.
I mean, just, you know, maybe we just need a motion that will,
Entertain all of those?
well, just to request that the CEO
Bring us.
bring us these on an agenda item so we can look at them, you know, during one meeting. I think it's going to be quite a long meeting.
Yeah.
Because I think people from all of those organizations are going to want to address the board. So I think it's, you know, it's a long session.
So
But-
Supervisor,
but
directing you to.
I feel like we need to look at that item as a, you know, major agenda item prior to our 11-12 budget hearings.
So Supervisor, since I cannot easily make a motion, I direct you to page 12, item number 1, under mid-year budget recommendations. Would you be able to make a motion out of that phrase? I think that's what
Where
you're
is it,
talking about.
5C?
Well, it's under page 12 on the addendum or the mid-year budget report, that we have the listed CEO's recommendations, and number 1 addresses what you were just talking about.
Well,
We need a motion to.
can I just move that the,
Or direct staff.
that the board directs staff to agendize these items that appear on page 11 of our mid-year budget, our mid-year report for a upcoming board meeting.
I believe that's all the CEO was looking for.
That's all I want.
So is that a motion?
I'll second.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Hamburg. We have a second by Supervisor McCown. We'll go to discussion. Supervisor Pinches.
Well, is that all it's going to include? I think there's,
No,
you know, there's a full spectrum out there.
that's only one action item.
Yeah, but you refer to the sheet, that's pretty specific to only a few
just this list.
recommendations.
Well,
That's what I'm
are
saying.
there- are there
I have a
one
lot of other
more?
recommendations that I feel that should be on the list.
So
Well,
can't
I'm
we
just talking about these
we just want to get
items.
through this.
That we should look at these items in total before we start our budget hearings.
And that's my point, and only those
No,
items?
not only
No,
those
no,
items.
no,
Well,
no,
your
no.
motion's gonna say just those items.
No,
Well, I want to look at these items, but we're going to look at a lot of other items too. But these specifically are general fund dollars that can be reallocated back to,
Well, there's a lot of other,
County
that's my point,
services.
there's a lot of other general fund dollars that could be, I mentioned one, the risk management, that's a $600,000 block of money. I'm not gonna compete with taking away, for instance, 24,000 of the Arts Council, when we got 600,000 that we can save in our insurance and our risk management as far as the
Supervisor, nothing in the
actuarial.
proposed motion precludes any other item that you want to bring
Okay.
yeah,
forward.
you can add more
As long as
things
that's in the
into
record.
it. Okay.
Supervisor McCown.
I don't want to be just focused on those items.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
As long as we put your comments, Madam Chair, in the record, that'd be
Should we
fine.
say something about like not limited to?
I trust you.
Good. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think we can certainly, if we need to, we can add language that makes it clear that we're not limiting the discussion to only these items. I think in part, they were intended to provoke discussion and consideration by the board, and that's what we're doing. I don't want to create the impression that we're going to wait until the budget hearings formally begin. I think this is something we should be looking at in the short run, because this is also part of what, if we're going to move forward with these items, we want them in place July 1st.
Right.
I
And it also-
would ask the maker of the motion if that's consistent.
Supervisor Hamburg?
Yeah, and it also strikes me that these are just the kind of things that fit well into the model we were working on with Steve Zweibach this morning, you know, to analyze these items based on the criteria that we establish as a board. You know, do these things meet those criteria that we spent 3 hours this morning beginning to formulate? So anyway, yeah, I'm okay with what I understand to be the motion.
I believe the clerk has a question or a comment?
Pardon me. The recommended motion was to also accept the mid-year budget report. Is that going to be part of the motion?
The second quarter, mid-year budget.
So then the motion would be to accept the mid-year budget report and also item 1 under item B on page 12. That's the current motion.
That works.
Item B1, yes, which refers back to page 11 in the general fund enhancement possibilities. But also part of the motion is that we are not going to preclude other possible reallocations to enhance the general fund, such as Supervisor Pinch's brought up.
Supervisor Brown?
Thank you. Chair Smith, I think it's been a long day and we are getting tired, but I would like, before we take any vote on a motion, we're really scrambling the motion itself, and just to have it reread.
That's a good idea. The clerk can do that.
So the
Good
second
idea.
knows what they're seconding, and we all know what we're voting on. Thank you.
So I think we're prepared to go forward, and clerk, could you go ahead and read the motion?
Motion by Supervisor Hamburg, seconded by Supervisor McCowan, to accept the second quarter mid-year budget report on the status of departmental spending and revenues for fiscal year 2010 and 11, and direct staff to agendize the items that appear on page 11 for an upcoming board meeting, but not to preclude other items that they may wish to bring forward.
A little vague there at the end, but is the maker of the motion fine with that?
Well, maybe it should say other possibilities for the reallocation of general fund dollars.
That
works.
Does that work?
Fine.
Does that work?
Well, I was just wondering,
Yes, Supervisor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Should we just include reexamination of risk management, or how would you capture that?
I think you can leave it open.
There may be
But
some.
we could make that specifically part of the motion and still say that this doesn't preclude other possibilities.
It's getting to
You
be
know,
like-
it really don't matter what you say here. It's going to take 3 votes to eliminate something or add something anyway, so we're really not talking about much right now.
Okay, let's leave the motion
All
as
right.
it is.
So we're fine with the motion, board members?
Let's go.
Okay, let's vote by the buttons, please.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. We're moving forward. Okay, so we still have item number 5D to review today. I'm just going to announce, in case anyone is interested, we, in consultation with council, have decided that agenda item number 8A which is discussion and possible action regarding update on state-mandated process of developing a final plan to adjust supervisorial district boundaries for the County of Mendocino, will be continued to March 1st.
To March 1st.
So, to the board, item number 5D. Supervisor Hamburg.
I appreciate the comments that both Supervisor McGowan and the chair made on this whole issue of layoffs. It's a really tough issue. And Tom, I really appreciate that after we had our little contretemps in the boardroom, that so quickly after that, you came over, and I thought we had a really productive meeting. And I think you know that I'm not after the sheriff's budget. I don't want to see the vital service of public protection that's provided in your department diminished in any way. I'd like to see it enhanced. I'd like to see more deputies on patrol in this county. You often say that we have the same number of deputies today that we did in 1970, almost 40 years ago, and our county population's probably grown 25, 30%. And that doesn't sound very good. I mean, maybe we had a lot of deputies then, but I never heard anybody say that we had too many deputies in 1970. So it's okay that we have this lower ratio today. I don't think that's the mood of the people. And certainly in my district, resident deputies are part of the fabric of community life. Sergeant Stefani is a pillar of Point Arena, and I think you've heard people talk about Deputy Squires and Deputy Walker, and certainly our evening patrolman in Point Arena, whose name is just escaping me, I'm sorry. Tom, what's his name? Deputy Gander. These people are extremely important. I don't want to make a decision, and I don't think this board should make a decision based on the threat of a lawsuit. I think that's kind of putting ourselves in a position of weakness. If we believe what we're doing, if we believe in what we're doing, I don't think we should be deterred by any kind of threats. As many supervisors pointed out, and we've talked about throughout the day, one of the greatest threats to this county right now is its inability to manage its own budget. And just as Tom is a constitutional officer and has certain obligations as a constitutional officer, so do we have certain obligations under the state code, and that main obligation is to complete the year with a balanced budget. We don't have a printing press, as people have mentioned. We don't have any way to manufacture more funds. Several times today, I think the sheriff has mentioned it and Supervisor McGowan has mentioned it, this 9.31 program. I think to look at 9.31 as something that's going to save the sheriff's budget, it might happen, but to me it seems a little bit like a pipe dream. I don't know. I mean, I know that we've had approximately 18 people in that program, and to project that we're going to go to 100 or more people signing up for that program, that in my mind is not a completely safe program to begin with. And I know the majority of the board doesn't agree with me on that, because 3 members of this board voted for that program. But I'm dicey about it, and I'll say that publicly. On several grounds, I have concerns about that program, and it's hard for me as a supervisor to say, okay, let's just wait 60 days and bet on the come. In the old days, when the federal government was a lot more flush, I used to work with the CETA program, and I remember this old guy, Ed Huddleston. I'd go in, I'd say, Ed, what's going to happen? He'd say, oh, just bet on the come. There's more money coming. And always there would be. But, you know, that was a different era. Now we're in the era where betting on the come is for people who don't really see that what's coming is more of the same at best, and maybe worse. So I'm not going to respond to the threat of a lawsuit. I really believe that, Tom, you are looking at that because you see it as the last ditch thing you can do. And I know what that, I've said this to you several times. I know that badge means a heck of a lot to you. You don't just put it on and, not feel the magnitude of the responsibility that comes with that. But as a person who has been elected, there was nothing that any of us talked about more in our campaigns the last couple times out than the budget. I feel really sorry that the people of this county so roundly rejected Measure C. And I really have to wonder if we ran Measure C again next month, if we'd get a 70-30 vote. I think a lot of the people who are out there very angry, and I've gotten a fair amount of angry mail from people. And I really ask myself, how many of those people who are so angry at me now for questioning whether we can maintain the sheriff's budget voted no on Measure C? We said we were going to have these problems with the sheriff's department, with the mental health department, with the libraries, and we've got them. We've got problems in spades. I had somebody tell me in Boonville the other day, "Oh, we don't need a library in Point Arena. We run a volunteer library here. You don't need." That's spoken by somebody who doesn't live in Point Arena. There's a lot of responsibility. I have to disagree with our new district attorney, who I happen to like a great deal, and I really respect the fact that he's taking control of his budget. But when he says that the function of county government is public safety, roads, infrastructure, something like that, I just don't agree. This is a multifaceted system that we're trying to hold together for the good of the people of this county. And the sheriff, I'm sorry to say, is only a part of that, a very important part, but still only a part of that. So I can support these cuts. It's 5 positions. It's 3 sergeants. It's the account specialist supervisor position is vacant. That is not a layoff. And I understand the gravity of this. I understand the amount of negative feedback I will get on this. But I still feel like my main responsibility is the solvency of this system. And if the board votes the other way, I'm not going to tear my hair out, because maybe 9.31 will work. And maybe betting on the come will work one more time for Mendocino County. But, I listened to Kyle. I read the report. It could have been worse. We picked up $400,000, which, 800,000 is better than 1.3 million. So, somehow we'll survive. But when you look down the line, when you look at the structural issue, when you look at how we're going to get through 11-12, when you look at another $3.6 million in retirement that we're going to be responsible for, when you look at the fact that the state is probably going to crunch us in this upcoming year, and the feds aren't doing us any favors, I'm not going to bet on the come. I'm going to look at what I see right now and have to cast my vote based on that.
Is that a motion, Supervisor?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't intending it to be. I would like to hear from Carrie and John.
So we'll go now to Supervisor McCowan.
Well, I meant John Pitches.
Well, I had my marker up, so
That's correct.
I would like to hear from my colleagues also, but we've just taken an action that is going to cause us to examine seriously significant potential savings. And I really think that we should add that to the other list of items that I've enumerated, as well as the list that was submitted to us by Colin Wilson and that Beverly Dutra referenced. And are we sure that we've done all we can to cut things like travel costs in the county? particularly those travel costs that come out of the general fund, why can't we cut them 20%, 50% across the board? Some of the other items referenced, let's bring those back with the list of other items that we're referencing, and I think we can get all this done within 60 days, at which point we will know the other information I've referred or referenced, and we'll know what the board's will is on these cost savings opportunities that have been presented to us. So I don't think we're in a position where we have to act, but we don't have to act with undue haste. I think we can be a little bit more deliberate about this, and if we arrive at the same position 60 days from now, we have to take this action, so be it. But we will know that we've done everything to avoid cutting public safety beyond the bone. One thing that's different here today, because we've, in the last 2 years and previous boards before that, we've had the same scenario with people showing up to advocate for their programs, and most people say, I know you need to cut, not me. Today, I think we had more new faces speaking up for the sheriff's office than we've seen before, and with a very reasoned and also concerned approach to it. I think people are really getting scared about where we're going if we keep cutting public safety. The state constitution does identify public safety as the first priority, the first. And it says that it is our duty as elected officials to respond to that. I'm paraphrasing now. But it's our duty to uphold that public safety is the first priority. If we're going to be true to that, I don't see why we can't take a little more time, get more information, and see what other savings we can effect. Thank you.
Other supervisors, comments?
Well,
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Smith. I'm really struggling with further cuts to the Sheriff's Department. But I would like to say, Supervisor Hamburg, my district, first district, some of the areas to reach it is just as long as going to Anderson Valley, Boonville, and we do not have a resident deputy. It does take a while, hearing from the speakers in Anderson Valley, and Colin speaking about how long everybody arrived at the same time. That doesn't happen even in my hometown of Potter Valley. It does take a while. We may have a deputy that lives in the valley home and is able to respond, and this is why I'm so concerned. So I'm listening to, golly, what do we do here? Because this is a serious situation, and our budget, Sheriff Allman and I have talked long about it, and I think I basically said, Sheriff, your name won't go down in history. The county goes broke. Mine will. And I don't like that one bit. But I do see that we're having difficulty with communications with our CEO and the sheriff. And I think that we have to have a referee, or maybe two referees. So I'm going to propose that we do have an ad hoc committee formed of two supervisors, and the sheriff and the CEO, and I think with direction of this board, although it will be pricey, to have an audit, a study done of the Sheriff's Department budget. Chair Smith? Okay, I'll stop.
No, go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
but I think there should be one appointed because we need a referee for the two individuals involved out of respect for them. And I think that the ad hoc committee should be the ones that select a consultant to do the study rather than the sheriff or the CEO. I think that is a good compromise. But if you go forward with a study, what's the use of paying for it? What's the use of going forward if we do not follow those recommendations, all of us, and abide by them?
I think those are excellent suggestions, Supervisor Brown. I just don't know if they're timely in terms of trying to deal with the structural issues. I agree with the concept of a consultant, and your way of getting there is, I think, a unique and is an interesting and new proposal. I just don't know that it it addresses the issue on the table right now.
We actually have 3 bargaining groups that we're still negotiating with. In fact, 2 of them are part of the public safety net in this county, and they haven't made the concessions. And so we're suffering from that, and these have been going on for quite some time. I hate to lay it out there like that, but everyone needs to look at their county and where we're headed.
Thank you. Supervisor Pinches?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, my thought on this, my decision on this is not based on threat of litigation or even the possible loss of resident deputies in my district. My decision is based upon what I feel in the long term is actually good for this county. I've said it many times here, and I'm starting my 9th year on the Board of Supervisors, that I come here to build up this county, not to tear it down. And a little going back of history, when I come on this board in 1995, on a $102 million budget, the county was carrying a over $5 million deficit. Now you can argue and say, well, they can't do that by law and all that. Well, the state's doing it now to the tune of $30 billion. They can't do it by constitution, but they're doing it, and the county couldn't. But my point of it is, I guess going into ending this fiscal year with an under $900,000 deficit is pretty damn good with all the things. And as you heard Stacy here a little earlier, she's, you know, we're not kicking the can down the road, we're dealing with it. I mean, she's got the, you know, I remember when the time when our mental health had over $8 million deficit. So when I compare that to where we're going now, and I think there's a lot of good things. One of the premier things that really comes to my mind is this county has 117 buildings, facilities, and it has several, and I could name them, I'm not going to today, vacant pieces of property that the county no longer has a use for that could be and should have been sold before now, and they haven't been. Yes, we'd have to sell them on a down market, but I've sold a lot of property in my lifetime before, and the only reason I ever sold it because they needed the money, and most of it was on a down market. Anyways, that's just what you do in business, you know. So, and we haven't really, that's why this list that we're going to talk about, when we talk about cutting the arts department, or Arts Council, $24,000, and knowing that we have a piece of property over there by the Casper landfill that may be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yes, that's one-time revenue. Well, if we put that if we sold some buildings or renegotiated leases with even 10% of them 117 buildings, just 10%, that's over 10 buildings. And if we put the money towards our one-time, what's our long-term debt, you know, that's our biggest expense in this county. We're paying $1 million a month in debt service, $1 million a month. That's why we're in the shape we are. It's not because of the sheriff overspending or that. You know, we got to go after that. But there's a lot of things we could do. Mrs. Dutry, I have a letter sitting on, I wanted to go in and get it. If we had a break, we'd have a break. She sent us a letter, and it really points out about all the little things, where the Supervisor McCallum talked about travel or supplies, and there's a lot of things you can't cut. You know, but there's a lot of little things you do that'll add up to a lot. But I'm just not, you know, if it was necessary, I mean completely necessary, and my problem, Sheriff, is what next year, because you're facing almost $1 million in pension costs next year going on. The way it's looking without additional revenues, probably we're going to have to move forward with some cuts in your department unless you can do it through attrition or whatnot next year. But to move forward with these layoffs right now at this time, to save $186,000 this fiscal year, I think is not looking at the long term. I really think it's a mistake. I mean, this is outside of the litigation issues. I just don't think, you know, I don't feel that the sheriffs, I don't see a lot of bloat in the sheriff's office. And I'm really not interested in going and open up his books or hiring somebody to go open up his books and try to look for that. I think the sheriff has proven that he's done a lot of that himself, and maybe he can do better. I guess we can all do better. I can do better on my job. But to save that small amount of money, 6 and especially 3 sheriff sergeants, that's a lot of law enforcement out there in the county. I mean, when you need a deputy, you need him right now. You don't need him day after tomorrow, you need him right now. And so I just don't think that it's prudent, especially with the review coming up in March on the buildings and what we're going to do with some surplus properties. Kristen McMenemy's coming forward with that issue. I just think it's a little bit short-sighted to react. It's nice to go after more positions in the sheriff's office because, frankly, the cost of a sheriff, a sergeant, or a deputy with the benefits is a pretty large dollar amount, and it's all general fund savings. So it's a natural attraction to look in that area. And I'm not going to criticize our CEO because that's the reason we hired her. We wanted her to be really kind of gutsy and bring forward recommendations. And she's done that. She's brought forward recommendations that'll make every one of you out there not happy. And that's why we hired her, because we want the full scale of options out there. But I could go on and on about this, but the reality of it is, on a $230 million budget, even if we have to carry probably up right around $800,000 to carry over, and of course that $800,000 has to be blended in to start the year, the year. That's not an unsurmountable amount when we're talking a $230 million budget. We can eliminate that really through a little bit of line items. And yes, the cuts will be spread over. And the sheriff has already indicated that there's one person, a lieutenant, which is a high salaried person, going to retire here next month. That's going to drop it down, and I'm sure there'll be other things that happen. But I guess the more I get into that, and on Friday we had a $1.4 million deficit, and now all of a sudden, by the weekend was over, it's down $500,000 less. So maybe we need to take the month off, and we'll be in really good shape. But anyways, I just don't think the sky is not falling. I mean, yes, we're in tough economic times. I'm not a firm believer that everything's going to be better in 2 years. I don't believe that. I think this is a long-term situation, and there's pension reform and bigger issues out there that this county has the ability to deal with. But I'm not going to decimate any department or anything that I don't think is necessary. And I think when you get on the phone and you need a sheriff, that's necessary. And you may need it once in your life, or you may need it once a week. But I just don't think, it's kind of like I'm willing to give the sheriff more time, but I'm also willing to basically stand tough and say, you know what, we've reduced this department to a level that we can afford, and we're going to do everything we can to hold it there. And anyways, I could go on, but that's enough.
I'd like, before we conclude here today, I'd like Mr. Knopp just to bring up the 2 spreadsheets one more time on the projected deficit discretionary general fund and then the projected deficit for the sheriff's share, because I think those numbers easily get forgotten. And Supervisor Pinches, I really disagree with you. I think you're
It won't be the first time, Madam Chair.
it won't be, or the last. But, and I know that your heart is in the right place. I know that you want to do this.
It could be the last time if you change your mind.
But I do think that you apply pie in the sky thinking at the 11th hour. You get right there and then you just go, well, we don't really have to do this. We just don't have to do this. No, we haven't
Kendall,
declared
if you want to
bankruptcy
spank
yet.
me, wait till the meeting's over, okay?
Boy, we're learning more than we wanted to know.
Okay, I'd like Mr. Knopp just to very briefly give us these numbers one more time, because I want them to be out there for the public, for the press, for everyone to consume them.
Chair Smith, members of the board, Kyle Knopp, analyst with the Executive Office. It is projected for next year, 2011, 2012, that when you add together the carryover deficit from 10-11, if there is no action from your board to correct it, and you add the structural imbalance that would go uncorrected, plus the retiree health cost increases and the use of one-time reserves that's no longer available, that comes to $6 million. So, and there's been commentary regarding moving line items around. That $6 million, or the deficit for this year, includes line items. So any department ultimately coming in low on a line item for office supplies, for example, if you were going to reappropriate that money to the sheriff's office, the balance on your overall deficit for your discretionary general fund would not be affected. This number would still exist, and it would still snowball into your next fiscal year of 2011-12, and you're still going to have to deal with the $6 million deficit.
And this is absent any actions by the federal government, any actions by the state, any additional cuts, anything that they do, any other bad news. This does not include that.
Right. Yes.
Could you go over the?
And by the way, this is also probably a lowball estimate because your structural imbalance carried over from 2010-11, the second line down, doesn't include calculations of step increases for employees, increased cost to deliver services. So just to keep that in mind.
Are you saying this use of one-time reserves no longer available, this $2 million figure, are you basically saying that that was used in 9-10? Maybe the auditor could comment. 10-11, I'm sorry, 10-11.
General fund reserves and 300.
So we captured all of that money as rating basically the cupboard, getting all of that. That's why we have no reserves of any type left.
That's
and
correct.
We used it for balancing the budget in 10-11.
Right, and because we won't have that available to us in 11-12, that creates a hole in 11-12.
Right.
Yeah, but we also have 3 large bargaining groups that we haven't got anything, which we're close to getting some concessions from. This is a one-sided graph here.
Yeah, I think those have already been on the table, those concessions that we have yet to see. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Smith. You know, it's been said by respected economists, university think tanks, through studies, business leaders, that recovery will be slow in coming.
That's right.
It has also been said that government will never see the levels of employees or staff that it has seen in the past, that we have to start doing business a different way and finding efficiency. I think we talked about that earlier today. We have to start thinking of how we can do a better job with what we have, and it is going to be less. I'm sorry, Sheriff, it's just that way. And so I really think that Mr. Pinches, I think you stated that you don't want to go in the books. The sheriff did invite 3 supervisors to go over there and look. I'm not, I think, smart enough to figure out all the laws, the needs for the jail, 24 hours, patrols, et cetera, what level of staffing that is going to take. I still strongly encourage my colleagues to truly think about bringing someone in to help out the sheriff's department, manage their budget and their books, to find a better way to use and do with what we have. So.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I agree with Supervisor Brown, and we've talked about having an objective third-party look at the sheriff's office budget for, I believe, 2.5 years, and the sheriff has said repeatedly, and the CEO has said repeatedly, and we have said repeatedly, we're all in favor of that. Let's find a way to get it done. And I don't know how long the process is going to take, but if we never start, we'll never get to that answer. But it it would be helpful to know that if we get a truly objective third-party look, will there be support for those recommendations? Maybe not every one in every particular, but in general, we'd just be throwing our money away unless we get some kind of agreement among the parties in the room that we will look very seriously at anything identified in that report. And it may mean some form of consolidation of services between departments. It may mean some positions can be identified that can be laid off. But I would like to see the board make a commitment, and the sheriff also, hopefully, and the CEO. We are going to find a way to go forward with this process, and it will cost some money, but I think it will be money well spent, because there are questions out there that we have never answered. I also am willing to support Supervisor Brown's recommendation that there be an ad hoc committee of 2 members of the board. It could be Supervisors Brown and Hamburg, or Hamburg and Pinches, but let's try to find a way to break the log jam and get down to the root of the matter.
Supervisor Pinches.
Well, Supervisor McCowan, you said that all board I never have bought into this concept of hiring an outside consultant, because I've been there, done that. We done the Harvey Rose accounting agency, done that, and spent $100,000 and come back with some recommendations. And not Tom, but the former sheriff didn't like some of the. For instance, one of the recommendations will implement booking fees. That's a good revenue source. Well, sheriffs historically have always been opposed to doing booking fees, because, and for rightfully so, they don't believe that they want to encourage or discourage our cities from bringing prisoners to jail. So that's why basically that's why the booking fee, that's just an example of what went wrong with the Harvey Rose Accounting. You got to get total buy-in from your sheriff, and I don't you kind of, then you start getting into operational matters, and we don't have any authority to get into operational. Tom's our sheriff. He's going to be our sheriff, I'm sure, as long as he wants to be. I'm not going to tell. Tom's been in law enforcement for not as old as I am, but a long while. I mean, as far as to work out maybe some issues with an ad, I'm not opposed to an ad hoc, but if you hire an outside firm and spend money, then you've got to get total buy-in from both the board and the sheriff. What if the recommendation comes back and says, you know what, Mendocino County is so large, you've doubled your population since 1970, we think you need 20 more deputies. What's this board going to do? Go hire them? Write them a bum check? No. So, I don't want to put, basically I don't want to write a check we can't cash, is what it amounts to. So that's.
Well,
Supervisor Hamburg.
I think if you were going to go down this path, though, you write an RFP that has parameters. I mean, one of the parameters is that we cannot afford to expand the department, but we do want to look at efficiencies in the department. And I think what's really critical is the buy-in, as other members of the board have said. And I'm willing to look at this. I don't have a huge amount of faith that this will work, but I'm definitely willing to, since Tom and Carmel are getting together every Monday morning anyway, they might as well kick this around. And if they can bring back to the board a proposal that makes sense, I'm for that. Why not?
Supervisor?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Through the chair. I think they have been kicking this around, okay? Yeah. I want a referee to go in and get it settled. With all due respect, Supervisor.
A referee of board members?
An ad hoc committee that not the sheriff's not picking, the CEO's not picking, but there is an ad hoc committee that's going to look at the RFP, whatever that may be, and choose the consultant. That we have a problem there. And then we have to have buy-in. So I'm saying there's 2 problems. The CEO and the sheriff can't agree on how to go forward on that, or who to recommend, or who does the selection. That's why I want an ad hoc committee. We need to move forward. We do not need to drag our heels. I think it's a win-win situation for the sheriff as well as the CEO. to move this forward.
Supervisor?
Since there's no motion on the floor, I'd like to ask Supervisor Brown to make a motion.
Let me find my notes.
But
Council?
just keep in mind, with respect to the formation of an ad hoc committee, that needs to be properly agendized.
That's right. Yeah,
Oh,
you need to
okay.
agendize that.
Well,
So-
maybe you should just have a motion to agendize it.
So moved.
Is that what we have to do?
Well,
moved.
anyone can
Yeah.
bring forward that on an
And,
agenda.
and it's coming back, when are we going to come back with the next discussion?
March-
On those items from the last March what?
March 1st.
Okay, then that should be on the agenda for March 1st. That's not a very
Council,
far
would
off
it be
date.
your recommendation that it be an ad hoc or no, or you?
That's purely within the board's
Okay.
discretion. I'm not going to make a
And
recommendation
I believe,
on that.
to the CEO now, I believe that it wasn't necessarily that they couldn't agree. I think that at one point they did agree, and it was a cost issue. Is that correct, Ms. Angelo?
Madam Chair, I'll comment, and then maybe the sheriff would like to comment. We found a consultant that the sheriff and I both agreed on. The cost was no less than $50,000, and certainly I didn't think this board would approve a $50,000 contract. The sheriff has agreed to put asset forfeiture to this, but certainly not $50,000.
If it's legal. I just want to make sure that council says if
So,
it's...
so we then found another consultant. The sheriff has found a second consultant, and I am waiting for that consultant to call me. So the sheriff has talked with him, then I was going to talk with him. At this point, if this board chooses to do an ad hoc, I'm absolutely fine with that. I'm not certain that this, there are times that the sheriff and I do not effectively communicate. I'm not certain this was a time. I think that really, if we had carte blanche on the money, we could probably have somebody here tomorrow. But, again, at this point, whatever you choose to do is fine.
And I'd like to extend my apologies, but I do think you need a referee.
Supervisor Pinches?
Well, first of all, whether you're talking about an ad hoc or hiring a consultant, that's two separate issues, in my opinion. I'm not so sure. Supervisor Brown, I don't really go along with I need a referee. I mean, maybe it would help, maybe it wouldn't, but, Carmel's our CEO and Tom's our sheriff, and they have a common problem. Neither of them have enough money to operate. I mean, that's not going to change by anybody you hire or any committee you can form, And what I'm concerned about today is putting this up. Not only, this is not a sheet of paper. These are the lives and the families of 6 different, that's at
I
least
agree.
6
I
different
agree.
families. Probably a couple of them have kids in college. This is really serious business. And the
Absolutely.
worst thing we can do is leave them in limbo. If we're going to let them go, let them at least go so they can let them know when their last day is so they can go look for another job or, get their life on. Or if we're going to keep them, let's keep them. But we're the decision board here. I look at this as to prolong it. I'm not against doing an ad hoc committee or even getting somebody that can be a consultant or whatever to look at things with a reasonable price. But, we are the decision makers here. If we don't feel we have enough money to carry these 6 positions, then eliminate them. If we can get by, and if law enforcement is, public protection is a top priority, then let's leave them in place. Simple as that.
Well, I think the board has made a decision that we are taking no action today. That was what I had gotten out of this
sure looks
discussion.
like it.
Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't get that.
You didn't get that, Supervisor? I did. Let's go to the
1,
sheriff.
2,
He's been
3.
waiting.
If I could just put a couple points to rest. Supervisor Brown, yes, government, the glass is neither half full or half empty. The glass has been too darn big for a long time. And we are going to learn to live better within our means. And I think the fact that the Sheriff's Office has had 17 attrition vacancies in the last 15 months clearly states that in the future, we're still going to have that attrition. And on that list of 6, one person's already left. Another person on that 6 has already offered a voluntary layoff. So I think that we're going to be continuing to make progress. And if the board decides not to take action today, which I would very much appreciate, it's not going to slow me down in trying to cut our cost and seeing who else might want to leave employment of the Sheriff's Office. If we can have people who want to leave the Sheriff's Office leave, we're leaving the young people here who want to protect the streets. And so I've said this all along. Whether you lay people off or not, we're still going to have the attrition. So if you take no action today, I'm very appreciative, but we're going to can still work towards cutting costs, working towards a consultant. Johnny, you please don't worry. If somebody says you need to hire 20 more deputies, I'm not going to hire 20 more deputies. I'm not going to do it. We're going to live with our means. It's just we're to the tipping point. But you've heard me say that again. So this has been a very good conversation this afternoon. Thank you for your support. I know no one's made a motion, so maybe I'm a little.
That's a good thing for you.
I'm a little bit early in this, but thanking you. But we're going to make it work, and in April, when 9.31 money comes in, maybe some of you can apologize to me, I don't know, for not trusting me, because it's going to work. It really, truly is.
Well, revenue has also been a moving target for us.
It is, and I can understand your situation.
Okay, we've got other business we need to tend to. Have we,
What do you think, Carrie?
doing anything on this?
I make a motion to take no action today.
Well,
We don't
we've
need
already done that.
We don't need a motion for that.
Fine.
But I think we are going to have an agenda item regarding an ad hoc.
March 1st, and I was silent on bringing back the list that we have today in my motion, but maybe that is a consideration for March 1st on down the road. I don't know. Is that what you were asking, Supervisor Hamburg?
No, actually, what I was asking is whether we had actually moved and seconded and passed a motion to try to go ahead with this ad hoc, which would lead to, we didn't. I don't
We
think
have
we-
not.
we have to have it
Just a
on the agenda.
recommendation to put on the agenda for March 1st.
So that's done. That's already done.
I would really like to caution the board. I don't really think it's a good idea to have two board members on an ad hoc on dealing with the sheriff's budget and dealing with the CEO and the consultant. I don't think that's a good way to go.
We can decide that March 1st.
Yeah, let's.
You're the chairman, don't agendize it.
I just don't think it's, there's ways to have a third parties there, but I don't think it's something, we've had some poor experiences and some successful ones with ad hocs
Well,
in
we've
the past.
had a standing committee for criminal justice as well.
That's true.
But
We
we
did.
deleted standing committees
No, we
this year.
didn't. We have them, but they can be activated at any time.
Okay.
Okay, so are we, can we wrap
Well, I
this
just
up?
got one question, Madam Chair. As I said earlier, what do we tell these not just 6 employees of the Sheriff's Department, but there's 6 families? What do we tell them? I said, well, we're putting your job on hold for a week or two till we see, or are we going to, is this off the table for at least this fiscal year? Which is only, I think we have an obligation to tell these people something definite than a maybe.
Supervisor, we can't give guarantees to anybody. I mean, people were here on this other issue on page 11, and that we put a whole lot of things on the table, and that's people's entire programs and budgets and all kinds of things. I mean, I think in this
And
world.
also their employment.
We can't be saying it's on the table, off the table. I think it's just, if a decision's not made today, I think that's the best we can do. I don't think we can, we don't know what news is coming next week. I think that's the times we live in. It's a lot of volatility, and I think that's just how that is. I don't think we can make promises of what we will be cutting or what we won't be cutting. It's just, I don't think we can do that. As much as we might like to, I don't think it's possible. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think based on the conversation, it was clear that a majority of the board is willing to wait and explore some of these other possibilities to see what some of the developments are at the state, to see whether new revenue comes in or not. So there's certainly no will to move forward with these layoffs in the immediate short term. But I also don't think that we're in a position to completely rule anything out because we are in such a fluid situation. And even if we took an action today that said, we're absolutely not going to lay these folks off, what 3 do, 3 can undo.
Yeah.
So it's still going to depend on what's it look like in 60 days, 90 days. So I think from where we started today, if I were one of the affected parties, I'd be pretty happy with the way this has turned out for now.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Smith and Supervisor Pinches. Private sector people are living that way anyway, and have been. You just look at unemployment, the number of jobs lost, companies moving out of California itself to other parts of the country. But basically, I think everyone's on the slippery slope and has been for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful I have a job.
Okay, can we move on now and just take care of the bare essential agenda items that we have left since it's past 6
I thought
o'clock?
we were going to take a short break and then come back.
Okay, we'll take a
We could
10-minute break
almost
and then
wrap
we'll,
up in 10 minutes.
and then we'll take just brief items. Approval of the minutes. Supervisors.
I agree.
Supervisors, we have a motion from an approaching supervisor for minutes for the meeting of January 25th, the board workshop of January 25th, and the February 1st board meeting. I'm only finding, oh yes, there's 3 sets. And we have a motion by Supervisor McCowan to approve all 3, and a second by Supervisor Hamburg.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Hearing no objections, motion passes unanimously with Supervisor Brown absent. Moving on to the next item, we are going.
Supervisor Brown is here, Chair Smith?
Yes, she is now here.
on the minutes?
Do you vote yes on the minutes?
No, she can't, no, we can't.
Yes, she could.
walked in the door. She's here now, and the record will reflect that. Moving on to the consent calendar. Can the clerk establish proper notice?
Yes.
Okay, we have a proper notice for consent to the board. Any items to be pulled for separate consideration on consent?
Yes.
I would like,
Supervisor Brown.
I would like to discuss item C2,
C2?
but I don't know.
4-2, you mean?
4.2, I meant.
Okay, item number 4.
But I just wanted to ask a question.
2, that's fine. Okay, so we'll have a question on item 4.2. Any other items? Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to pull item number 8 for discussion.
4-8.
So we have 2 for question. We have number 8 for discussion. Any others? Any comments from the public on consent before we move forward to approve the remainder of consent? Seeing none.
I'll make motion to adopt the remainder of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Pinches, a second by Supervisor McCowan for the remainder of consent. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. We go first to Supervisor Brown, item number 2.
Yes, I would like to ask County Council, it was a question I had last Friday on that particular item, and that is with Ukiah Valley Fire District and adopting, you told me at the time that this is routine business. They're the only fire department within the county that we yearly adopt the ordinance. And also, if there are changes, it was not indicated to me through the information we received what had been changed, why they've been changed, are they complying with new state and federal laws? I was confused by it.
Yeah, this is the Ukiah Valley Fire District, in compliance with Health and Safety Code section, has to notify the county that they are adopting an ordinance adopting the 2010 edition of the California Fire Code with amendments. So they're adopting the fire code that has certain amendments in it. But pursuant to the statute, the county has to ratify that adoption, and that's what is being asked of you at this point through the resolution. And it's a standard thing. You've done this before. You did it, I think, last year or the year before for the same thing. For the fire district.
It doesn't indicate to me what the changes are, and I guess that's what raised my caution. I can't.
If there's concern, we can certainly put it over, and I can have him outline every change that may be existing. But he's essentially amending the ordinance to reference the fire code, the 2010 fire code. So if you don't have a comfort level with it, we can certainly postpone it. It's not.
Well, I just feel for in the future, I know your name's on here along with the fire chief, Grable, and for future, I would like to see any amendments either in the summary. I mean, there should be an explanation.
Okay.
So I'll move approval of item 4.2.
You don't want to continue it? You
No.
could. Okay. So approval for item number 4.2. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Brown, a second by Supervisor McCowan. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. We'll go to item number 8. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a routine item where we have 69 properties tax defaulted that are recommended for approval for auction. I believe as many as 47 or more of these are located in brook trails. And the concern that I have is that many of these lots are routinely tax defaulted. They're auctioned by the county. They're purchased often by speculators or unsuspecting members of the public. They currently are under a water moratorium. Many of them, sewer is not available under any circumstances. They're postage stamp sized lots where it would not be feasible to do septic. So without sewer, they're essentially unbuildable. And people purchase these either directly thinking they're getting a bargain, or they purchase them from the speculator who bought them, often over the internet, pay exorbitant, inflated prices, and then they start making the inquiries that they should have made in the beginning. They find out they bought essentially a worthless piece of ground. They quit paying on it. Eventually, it tax defaults. We sell it again at auction. Speculator buys it up, resells it. I suspect some of these lots have been sold multiple times over the last 30 years. And so I'm looking at this as if the county, in a sense, is essentially complicit in fraud, in that we know we are auctioning worthless lots, in some cases picked up by speculators, marketed to unsophisticated people. For the Brook Trails lots, about half of the names of the owners are Hispanic or Asian surnames. And I think at a minimum, if we're going to be selling these lots, we should do everything we can to notify the public of the true condition of these. And I know that's not in the economic interest of the county, but I'm asking the question, is it ethical to just sell these on the open market or at open auction without providing the information about serious material defects that we know affects the value and the buildability of these lots?
Supervisor Pinches.
Well, first of all, Supervisor McCowan, you call them worthless. I mean, keep in mind, the Brook Trails Vacation Village subdivision, as it was originally called, was never envisioned for lots to build houses on it. It was envisioned that they would sell these lots for people from the Bay Area that wanted to come up and have a place to camp on, set up their tent and spend the weekend and leave. It was only later on that people started really building houses. So these lots, you know, if you look at it in that view, they're really not worthless. I mean, and they do sell. I mean, and another thing, I don't think it's up to the county. You know, we don't have any legal or ethical obligation to, you know, if somebody wants to buy a lot and thinks they're making a good deal at a tax sale and try to sell it for sale, and if they make a couple $1,000 on it to sell it to a buyer that's not as aware as they were, well, so be it. That's kind of a part of America, you know what I mean? I mean, there's no guarantee when you buy anything. I mean, it's, especially, you know, I don't know why we need to change this process.
Well, the guarantee in this case is that many of these lots are essentially worthless.
The real advantage is here, if Brook Trails the community service district it themselves, and as part of their specific plan, they want to do lot mergers. If they had a little extra bucks, they should come to the tax sale, buy them for back taxes, and merge them, and it helps them get to their goal and their specific plan. It's a real opportunity.
Well, they're participating in the scam too, because although there are only water hookups currently available for about 1,785 homes, and there's just 15 or so still available, the specific plan says ultimately there will be 4,000 lots that build out, and yet in reality there are over 6,000 lots currently on the ground, and they're collecting assessments from every one of them for sewer, water, fire. So they're getting money off of these lots when they will never be providing service to them. I just don't think it's...
I mean, if they catch on fire, I mean, just because there's not a house on it, they still get protected from fire. And some of them are potentially available to hook up to sewer. These are not all off systems at lots.
Well, I think we understand
Anyways.
the issue now. Let's go to council. Does
Yeah.
council have a comment on this?
What do you propose to do different? It's the question here.
Yeah, I think actually there is some disclosure. I mean, I think there is disclosure. The property is sold as is, and then there is disclosure regarding the moratoriums. And it's a situation where the buyers need to do their due diligence before they make any purchases. You know, I don't know what else to say.
Well, we may make that disclosure to the speculator buying the lot who already knows that situation.
Mm-hmm.
That disclosure doesn't carry forward when they sell it on the internet. And I'm thinking that there should be a deed, some notice stamped on the deed, so that when someone is signing all the papers at escrow, it hits them right in the face.
Well, if you're not comfortable with moving forward with this right now, I mean, we certainly can continue it, and I can look at, you know, if there are options for us to even do that. I don't know that we even have the option to do that. All I know is that it is an as-is sale, and we have no liability for, you know, anything with respect to the condition of the property. So.
I would appreciate it if the board would be willing to continue it to get a little more information about what our options might be, because I personally do worry about the ethical implications of just rubber stamping these.
Is that fine with the board that we continue?
No, it's not fine. I don't want to hold it up. There's no reason to hold it up. I mean, properties bought and sold every day, and some, you know, there's disclosure laws and whatnot, and if you represent that as a sale, we're not representing this property like a real estate agent or a real estate listing. We're just selling it to recover our back taxes on it, you know, which ultimately helps your teeter plan too. You know that?
Indeed, but it's really taking money under false pretenses.
I don't believe that. They're not. They're advertised as a piece of property. You come and bid. Nobody's has a gun to your head when you bid on these pieces of property. It's, you know, you can bid a little or a lot for them, whatever. But they do have value. It's not like we're selling a piece of property with no value.
The
Because
primary value is to the speculators that then resell them on the internet for a significant price when they're not worth the taxes. That's why people defaulted on them. Out of all the parcels in Mendocino County, is it reasonable that 2/3 of all the tax defaulted properties, and that's a pretty constant number, 2/3 or more, are located in this one little section of our vast county? There's obviously a problem with these.
well, the problem there's been, you got the community service district assessment, you got the sewer assessment, you got the water assessment. Now you have the new school bond assessment up there in Willis that just passed. You know, the special tax rate on these properties are probably the highest there is any place in the county. That's why that's, you know. And
I'll
you're
move.
right. I mean, a lot of the ways that you could sell your lot was you build a home on it and then sold the home and basically the lot come with it. Now these don't have homes on it, they're just a bare lot. And people get sometimes tired in these economic conditions. If people put it on up for sale and nobody buys it, and they don't want to continue paying these big tax assessments, then ultimately they just say, okay, we're going to lose our investment, and that's why they end up here. But that doesn't mean that there's no value there.
Supervisor McCowan,
Thank you.
motion.
Yes, I'll move that we continue this item to, do we have to say date certain, or can it be to a future item selected by staff?
Well, I would say till March 1st.
Okay, till March 1st, to receive further information identifying how many of these lots are located within brook trails and what would be our options to provide further disclosure of the condition of these properties.
Is there a second? Hearing none, motion fails for lack of a second. Do we have any other motion to move forward on this one?
I'll make a motion to approve the item,
And this is item number 8 on consent.
item number 8.
Second.
So we have a motion and we have a second. Supervisor Pinches, Supervisor Hamburg is the second. Any comments from the public on this item? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Motion passes with Supervisor McCowan dissenting. So that concludes consent. Could we wait and do, I have like 5 supervisors' reports to put, could we wait and do those at our next meeting? Does that work? Yeah. I'm.
next Tuesday?
No, we don't. The week after. And I'm just gonna save my reports because it really is just way too late to
I
get
would
involved.
like to make a quick comment.
Yes, Supervisor Brown, go ahead.
I just want to report to all supervisors, I'm hoping you're aware of it, that CSAC is having weekly budget updates with the state, and they're also using their policy. They have a realignment working group, and there's other policies that they're going to need to talk about as we move into their March Board of Directors meeting, the quarterly meeting. So there's lots of information available. I'd like to share it with you, but not tonight. And just know that there are these realignment working group conference calls. You don't have to go to Sacramento, that you can participate in. They're about an hour long. And I think the next that can't wait is tomorrow. We talk about economic development, and there is going to be a workshop for agritourism. And it's talking about land use policies, how to get started. It's growing agritourism, and I do have the agenda if anybody's interested. And finally, on March 9th, if you want to mark this down, we have an opportunity to join Mendo Futures. They're having California Forward come and speak, and it will be in Willits at the Little Lake Grange, and it's from 2 to 5. I think that's important to get on someone's calendar, and I think that's about it. The rest can wait.
Carrie, I got a question on CSAC.
Yes.
The governor's been there long enough now. Does CSAC feel they have any ear to the governor or any clout with the governor? Or I haven't seen any indication of that.
I don't think anybody feels they have clout with the governor right now.
And he likes it that way.
He likes it that way.
He's been meeting with Ag. I was reading an Ag magazine, and he had a sit-down with Farm Bureau members. And
Yes, he did.
He's been moving around to different groups and spending time, and, but, you know, he's on a roll.
I would like to say that the CSAC officers and staff are right in on the ground floor. Yes, they have been talking to the governor on a weekly basis, along with a number of the legislators. I think that the governor is feeling his way through. But yes, they are active, they're involved, engaged, and yeah, they're listening. And my comment earlier today at I believe the workshop about how they want county to step up and make more mandates and services local government, but they don't have a good plan of how they're going to finance it. And so, you know, that's a contention between CSAC and the governor right now. So CSAC is effective.
So we have item number 6A. We have the Director of Transportation's report. We'll receive the report. I did get one call, and the caller asked that I share this with the board and thank the department that it was a caller from Westport. He was out early needing to traverse the Branscombe Road on Monday morning. It was a storm, and the crews were out there dealing with debris, dealing with mud, dealing with a slide, and he very much appreciated seeing this timely response in an, I guess, an accident or an event that had just occurred, and he saw the crews there and he wanted them to be thanked. CEO, do we have a report?
Yes, we do.
Madam Chair, you have a written report. I don't think I have to go through it. And then you also have your matrix from this morning. I just want to make sure you know that you have it.
Got
It's updated, and it is available for the public as well.
And the second page with the criteria set up, correct?
Yes, it's 2 pages. It's the matrix where you have the value and then proposed decision-making criteria. Yeah.
Could you just quickly tell us what's going on the 15th? We're having a BOE meeting during the day and then a planning session in the evening? Is that a UVAP?
It's, yes, the March 15th in the evening, and I really need to have this confirmed by Mr. Gonzalez, but our tentative plan is 6 p.m. to have a joint Board of Supervisors and Planning Commission meeting, and that would be on the UVAP. And so we, yes, we would have, it's a full packed day, BOE board meeting, and then, of course, the joint meeting with planning.
And the first is a regular meeting with the museum?
The first is a regular meeting. Now, however, what I'm concerned about right now is that we have, based on today's actions, I don't know how we're going to do everything on the first. So tomorrow, we will be meeting with the chair for our agenda meeting, and we'll be looking at the first, and it may be that something gets bumped. There just won't be enough hours on the first to get everything done.
Okay.
Coco?
To the CEO, do you have anything on ledge, anything on item number 5B?
Nothing today, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
So,
County Council.
I just, you might already know this, but we do have a special meeting set for 3:45 tomorrow.
That was a special closed session
Oh, right,
that we
that's
have
still-
set for
that is
tomorrow.
Special
on.
closed session, that's on for
Special closed session.
3:45.
Okay.
We have a closed session tomorrow?
Yes.
Labor.
Labor.
The topic is labor, correct?
When did that?
Tomorrow morning?
We scheduled it, we talked about this, I don't
A while
recall when
ago.
we talked
We did.
about this, but
We
we
did.
scheduled it.
had
Actually,
it
some
drafted.
time ago, we talked about scheduling a closed session, special closed session on the 16th.
We did,
At
but I think we talked about
8:45
3
a.m.?
o'clock.
3:45 in the
3:45 tomorrow?
afternoon.
Good thing you said something.
We actually, we had thought 3, and
3,
then based on the schedules of tomorrow, we looked at, it's either 3:30 or 3:45 p.m.
Okay, so nothing more on the ledge?
Not today, Madam
Nothing
Chair.
more to report, okay. County Council, anything to report?
We can't do that. There's information coming in between now and tomorrow. We
Yeah.
can't do the closed session.
We cannot do the closed session before the afternoon tomorrow, we set it for the earliest we
Right.
could do it. It's based on activities during the day.
And we also have one item still on for closed session today. Are we continuing that item to,
We are continuing it, yes.
till when?
Poor Tony.
Well,
Just keeps getting choked off.
Well, tomorrow, can't we do it
March.
tomorrow?
No, we didn't post
not
it,
noticed.
so we'll have to do it for March 1st.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so does the clerk
3:45
have any
tomorrow.
comments or questions?
That's not very interesting.
And earlier on in the meeting, we continued item number 8A to March 1st. So anything else? Seeing nothing, we will adjourn at 6:36.
Take.
Chair Smith.